$200 from Snap-It-In. I had to donate before the event was over. Both of my parents had cancer, but luckily in both instances it was caught relatively early so we could be treated. Let's prevent cancer so others don't have to depend on luck. And, save the Skulltulas?
File name?
I believe we are at Bob.
Bob. Great name.
Bob.
Shoutouts to Bob.
Shoutouts to Bob.
All right, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, so this is Ocarina of Time 100%. 100% in this game is getting all hearts, all Skulltulas, all items, all max upgrades, all equipment, and everything on your quest status screen, including the medallions, the stones, the songs, the Gerudo card, and Stone of Agony. So everything on your pause screen. So if you've been watching the GDQs for a while, you may have watched Runner Guys Run from 2013. And in the 2 years since then, this category has changed a huge amount. We found lots of new tricks, tons of optimizations, route improvements everywhere. So this run has been optimized just an incredible amount since then. I think the record is nearly an hour faster than it used to be. So this is going to be significantly different from Runner Guys Run a while ago. Other general stuff, Japanese version is, as you may have guessed, faster text. English and Japanese version are exactly the same otherwise. I am playing on N64, so there's a lot of different versions for Ocarina of Time, and each of them have their own advantages and disadvantages for speedrunning. The N64 version is the best, or specifically the N64 1.0 and 1.1 versions are the best for speedrunning the 100% category. There's an exclusive glitch that only works on 1.0 and 1.1 versions that allows you to get the Eyeball Frog early from King Zora, which saves a huge amount in the trading quest for the Big Orange Sword. I'll explain a bit more about that later. And because of that glitch alone, it immediately makes N64 faster than every other version for this category. Unfortunately, N64 also has a bit more lag and slower loading times, but still overall significantly faster.
The journey begins.
Alright, so the beginning here is pretty standard. Just get sword, shield, and enough rupees to buy the shield, 40. Nothing too exciting yet.
$100 donation from Jayhawk. Lost a brother to cancer. My niece is in remission. Cancer sucks. You know what doesn't suck? AGDQ. Great cause, great runs, and great people.
One thing that always impressed me about 100% is just like the amount of times it's been rerouted and like analyzed.
Yeah, for the majority of 2013 and majority of 2013 and a lot of early 2014, this route was just changing constantly. It was just like every other week month at least, some new route optimization was found. It started to slow down later this year. It seems like the route has been getting pretty close to pretty well optimized. Getting much harder to find new stuff now. And the route flows very well also. It doesn't, there used to be a lot of places where like the route looked really slow in certain areas, and now there's very few places that actually look like you're just wasting time. So I've got Sword and Shield. Now normally you go to the Deku Tree here. I am not going to do that. I'm gonna get out of this place first. Cool. I'm gonna do forced escape here. I'm gonna try to crouch tap the wall and talk to this guy at the same time. And get inside him, roll under him, and escape the forest like that. So, even though this is a 100% run, I will still be completing the Deku Tree. I just won't be doing it right now. There's a lot of stuff in this run done completely out of order. Deku Tree is an obvious example. I will be coming back to the Deku Tree actually very soon, but I need to get one item first before I go to the Deku Tree to speed it up quite a bit. And also, if you've watched a lot of other Ocarina of Time speedruns, you may have usually seen people escape from the Lost Woods, which skips this cutscene. But I do want to watch this cutscene because I do want this fairy ocarina. Now, technically, because the rules say you have to get the max upgrade, you could technically skip the fairy ocarina and get the Ocarina of Time. However, the Ocarina of Time isn't gotten until like halfway through the run. And up until that point, I have to use other glitches to use an ocarina, which takes significantly longer. So getting the fairy ocarina early on is pretty important.
Plus, if you skipped it, you'd have to avoid that cutscene trigger for the rest of the run.
Yeah, and there actually
is. I don't know if that screws with the routing at all, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, and there actually is a few places where you do want to use that exit, and going some alternate route would cost quite a bit of time.
$20 from Dompe. He says, "Hi ZFG, good luck."
Thanks.
$200 from Chris. He says, "Here's another $200. Love what you all are doing. Can't wait to stay up and watch what we all know is going to be an amazing 100% run. 1 million hype. I know we can do it again this year." $20 from Smashing Rooster. "Here's to ZFG learning 100% blindfolded for the next GDQ."
How about no?
What would be the hardest thing to do blindfolded in Ocarina of Time?
I think the archery game as an adult.
Yeah.
The rubies are random.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Alright, so that trick I just did there is called a West or Water Extended Super Slide. What I did was I jump slashed the fence there and fell into the water. And when you have a high speed going into the water, it preserves your momentum. And then from there I held a very specific position on my control stick, known as ESS position, which is just barely outside of the dead zone. Basically the smallest input you can put on the control stick. It basically makes Link kind of turn, but not actually move. But another thing it does is it locks your speed. And so by locking your speed, I'm able to use that high speed and get Kakariko pretty quickly. On top of that, there was also an owl in front of Kakariko that wanted to talk to me, and I didn't want to talk to him. And thankfully, with ESS, it prevents text triggers, so that owl was not able to talk to me, so I could just come in here freely. So I want to collect these cuckoos to get the bottle. The bottle is one of the best items in the game. Like, oh my god. Cuckoos are really hard to do. The bottle is used for tons of really cool and amazing tricks. And I really want to get it before doing the Deku Tree.
$100 from Devin. He says, Cosmo, ZFG, and Runner Guy. Hype. Had to donate during my favorite speed game. Let's hit that million. And a $50 anonymous donation that says ZFG Hype.
Alright, so here's the bottle, and I'm going to catch some bugs under this rock. The bugs are another important part of a glitch I'm going to be doing later on in the Deku Tree. And now there's a save warp. When you save and reset, you go back. When you save and reset in the overworld, you go back to Link's house when you're a child, and back to the Temple of Time when you're adult. So it's a really fast way to travel across the world, if that is the place you want to go. And if you save inside a dungeon, you always will go back to the beginning of the dungeon. So that's the fastest way to get back to Kakiri Forest, so I can go back to the Deku Tree. Here's our good friend, Mito.
We have a $25 donation from PDT1060. Great job, Runner Guy, and happy birthday, ZFG.
Thanks. So there's a little trick there to kind of move a little bit closer to the Deku Tree than normal. Normally when you enter that cutscene, Link is supposed to move forward a specific amount, but I did a jump slash right before I triggered the cutscene, and that kind of made Link not able to move for a short amount of time. So to compensate for that, the game actually speeds Link up to try to get him to where he's supposed to be in time. And that higher speed actually lets Link travel a little bit longer, and I get a little bit closer to the Deku Tree. It saves a small amount of time. So there's a Navi text trigger right in front of these vines where Navi tries to tell you how to climb vines, but if you pull out an item right before you trigger that text, it delays it shortly, and it delays it enough so that I can grab the vines without having to talk to Navi. Another thing similar to that right here, I side hopped over a text trigger where Navi tries to tell me how to open a door. And if you land and press A on the frame you land in front of the door, you can open the door without having to listen to Navi talk to you and tell you how to open the door. So now I can go in here and get the slingshot. It's a little bit faster to climb these vines and then jump on the platform instead of shooting down the ladder. I did another tech skip there by pulling out the Deku stick right before I hit the vines. The Navi text trigger still exists in front of all the vines, so you need to keep making sure to avoid that, or at least the vines of the Deku Tree. Same for this door. Alright. So in this room is the first gold Skulltula of 100. $99 left. Yep. So now I'm gonna head down the Deku Tree. So what I'm gonna do first is I need to jump off here and break the web. And when I break the web, I'm gonna try to side hop and do a jump slash. And I did a very precise jump slash to get to the higher ledge up here. And then from this higher ledge, I can go down here and hopefully hit these scrubs. All right.
That was awesome.
Good.
So there are 4 gold Skulltulas in the deck tree, and I only got 1 of them. I'm actually going to come back later on in the run for the extra 3. It just happens to be that they're just significantly faster to get when you have more items. There's a lot of things in this route where it actually ends up being faster to revisit a place twice, while other times it is best to just try to complete an area in one single trip. So here's the Goma fight. I do need an audio cue for this, so I do need to be quiet until I finish the fight. So I'm going to try to get ISG here. Infinite Sword Glitch, I'll explain that in a minute. And try to clip through this wall. Alright. So, what I did there is I got the Infinite Sword Glitch, which is when I do a crouch stab and then interrupt it by using Navi to check Goma. And with the Infinite Sword Glitch, there's a lot of cool things it does, but it makes your sword swing infinitely, and then I can use that to clip through the wall by using Goma's attack, and then killing Goma through the wall, thanks to the power of the Infinite Sword Glitch, which with the Deku Stick does extend through the wall. The reason I needed to clip through that wall is I need to be gone for this next trick that I'm going to do, which, to get the wall gone, I need to exit and re-enter the room. So I'm going to grab this heart piece, and now I'm going to do the first wrong warp. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to do a glitch called Ocarina items on this blue warp. What I have to do is catch these bugs. Actually, just in case.
He has to get an exact position because he has to land on the warp on the same frame that Link touches the ground. If he goes too far, it won't work.
Alright, so this blue warp is going to trigger as soon as I leave this room, and it's going to take me to Ganon's castle. And that is a wrong warp. So if you've seen any percent speedruns of this before, you can actually just exit that room immediately, go down the tower, and go kill Ganon. But since this is 100%, I do not have enough stuff to go kill Ganon right now. So what I did is save warp back down to the bottom of the tower. And so now I'm in the main area of Ganon's tower. I want to go in the Spirit Trial here, because there's a very important chest in here that I want to get. Now to get this chest, I actually need to get all the rupees in this room, and one of the rupees is above this Beamos' head. So what I'm going to do to get it is get the Infinite Sword Glitch here again. And one other thing you can do with the Infinite Sword Glitch is hover. When you shield damage in the air, you can kind of stick in the air with it, and that allows me to do a second jump, second backflip in the air, allowing me to get that silver rupee. So now I can come in here, hit the switch, and get this chest. And this chest contains bomb shoes, which are one of the most important items in the game, especially this early on, and especially before getting bombs. Getting bomb fuse before bombs helps you get bombs much quicker as well. So now I'm going to exit Ganon's castle, and when you exit Ganon's castle, obviously it's supposed to load the outside of Ganon's castle. The outside of Ganon's castle is actually the adult version of the Hyrule Castle map. So when I exit here, it's actually going to put me immediately at Hyrule Castle, right in front of the crawl space, which leads to Zelda, which means I have very quick access to Zelda if I can get past these guards.
Yeah, it just conveniently works out because the game...
Wow, okay, quick story about that guard. He has like a 90% chance to never catch you, and it's just unlucky there.
Yeah, the guards can be pretty trolly. Sometimes even if you go in their line of sight, if you side hop frame perfect the whole way, they won't catch you. It's just something you can do at the end sometimes.
I'm getting the worst guard luck right now. They're moving so slow. Also, the damage I took in Ganon's Castle was intentional. I will need to die very soon. Well, sort of after this cutscene, which is kind of long, but soon after this cutscene. And this cutscene's a few minutes long, so this is a good time for donations.
We just got info from the Yeti that they would like to split their $3,000 donation into 2 of 1,500 for a new donation war, if you will. They want us to decide with donations what the best and worst Zelda games are. Now they think that 1,500 of their 3,000 goes to Link to the Past as the best, and Wand of Gamelon, forgive me, I've never even heard of it, as the worst. And they also would like to know what the couch thinks of the best and the worst Zelda games.
As for me, it's Ocarina of Time best and Zelda 2 worst.
I'm gonna have to say best is Twilight Princess, because that's the one I run, and worst is also Zelda 2. I don't really like that one.
For me, I can't decide between Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker, the original Wind Waker for GameCube as my favorite, but worst, I don't know actually. That's like kind of hard to say, so I don't really have an answer for that.
I like Ocarina of Time as the best, and I did a run of Zelda 2 like a few months ago, and I hated it, so.
Good answers.
And we have a $500 donation from Cheesy Bob. He says, "Thank you so much, AGDQ, for the awesome runs. Keep it rolling to 1,000,000. Another 500 from Ominous Cow. Great job, guys. Cosmo's Ocarina of Time run from a couple years back was what got me hooked on watching marathons like this. I'm happy to give to such a great event and great cause, especially since cancer touched people close to me during 2014. I'll be donating again this summer for SGDQ. Thank you guys so much." $25 from Mike87. "I managed to scrape together enough pennies to make a tiny stab at cancer. My grandmother had breast cancer twice, and my friend had many family members hit by the disease as well. Let's get rid of cancer once and for all. AGDQ hype." $100 from Omega179. "Thanks for putting on AGDQ." $20 from Shy Ranger, $10 for Majora's Mask as the best Zelda, and $10 for Phantom Hourglass as the worst.
Alright, so what I'm gonna do here is take advantage of this low health. So I'm gonna kill myself right here as I enter this cutscene where you're supposed to learn Zelda's Lullaby. So you actually learn this song as soon as you trigger the cutscene. So by dying there, I interrupt the cutscene, get the song, and don't have to actually watch it. And that same technique is going to be used quite a few times throughout the run. I'm going to head back into market, grab this one Skulltula over here. And I need to sell my bugs to empty this bottle and also get some rupees. And then from here I'm going to head off to the Temple of Time. Before I go to the Temple of Time though, I'm going to play Zelda's Lullaby in front of this Gossip Stone. When you play Zelda's Lullaby in front of the Gossip Stone, it actually spawns a fairy. And I'm going to catch this fairy. This fairy is going to be used for a trick I'm going to be doing later on that requires me to die and be revived. It's a pretty neat trick once I get there. So normally to become adult and get the Master Sword, you need to have all 3 spiritual stones of the Song of Time. But you can also do that. And just clip out of bounds, jump slash back in. Yeah, slow clap.
$50 donation from Samurai 40K. He says to everyone still watching, let's crack that million. Finally, what do you call a charity organization whose goal is to keep wizards from bringing people back from the dead? The Prevent Necromancer Foundation.
Alright, so similar situation with the Deku tree here, where I skipped the Deku tree initially and then went back for it. I obviously skipped a very large section of what stuff you're supposed to do as a child. I will be doing that, just not right now. The reason I want to become adult so quickly is adult can, first of all, do stuff faster than child can for parts where both adult and child can be. For example, I'm going to be going to Dodongo's Cavern pretty early on, which is supposed to be a dungeon you do as a child. However, adult can get through there much quicker, as well as warp songs. There's 6 warp songs in the game, and they obviously let you travel through the world much faster. And the child section actually has much more overworld movement than the adult section does. And I'm going to be getting all of the warp songs in the first adult section as well. So I want to make the first child section as short as possible, just get the essentials, just get Zelda's Lullaby, Bomb, Choose, and Bottle. Those are like 3 of the most important things to get early on. Once I have those, I can start doing stuff as adult. And then once I get all the really nice important stuff done as adult, I can go back to child, finish up the cleaning up child section, getting all the child items, and that'll go much smoother with all the items I can collect as adult. But this cutscene is quite long.
$50 donation from Moody. What an amazing week of speedruns. You're all awesome. Cancer doesn't stand a chance. $200 from Demon Chocobo. He says, let's drown Cancer in the ocean with the rest of Wind Waker. Clearly the worst Zelda.
Wow.
$20 from Patrick190. He says, wish I could give more, but every little bit helps towards that million. And you are 100% correct there. $50 from Matar King. He says, I love what you're all doing. The couch is crazy. Zelda 2's the best one. $30 from Jay Copper. He says, you have to be blind to not see that the original Zelda 1 is the best Zelda game.
So the Door of Time is actually still solid on both sides, so I'm going to need to do a save warp to get out of the Temple of Time. If I try to go back that way, I just get blocked by the door again.
Yeah, an adult Link can't do the same type of door time skip that child Link can.
So first thing I'm going to do is go to Kakariko Village, get a few important items, and then start doing some dungeons. Also, one little interesting thing about becoming adult early, you see I have bombs on C down right now, even though I never got bombs. Whenever you become adult, it automatically equips bombs to C down, as well as your Ocarina to C right, and Deku Nuts to C left. Now, Deku Nuts, you normally can skip in normal gameplay, so those won't appear if you don't get them. For some reason, Ocarina doesn't automatically get equipped if you don't have Ocarina. But bombs will always be equipped, even if you don't have bombs, so it's just kind of there. I can't use it or anything. But some other categories of Ocarina of Time do actually take use of that. They actually are able to use bombs without getting bombs. That's all I can do with bombs right now, is make that annoying sound. So this chest here conveniently has a shield, which is going to be very important for lots of glitches. Now I'm going to head into Dampé's grave to go get the hook shot. Dampé thankfully isn't that bad as adult, he's much worse as child.
Entering the graves is one of the few differences between 1.1 and 1.0.
Yeah, on 1.0 you actually kind of can jump over the graves and you have to grab the ledge to like fall in. And on 1.1 and other versions you just kind of slide in and fall in because you can't grab the ledges or jump over them. Which makes 1.1 slightly less annoying, but time-wise it barely makes a difference. Oh my god. If you get knocked on one side of the door and get knocked back through the door, you will get crushed and sent back to the beginning of the race. And I almost had a heart attack there. That almost happened.
$20 donation from Wes121. The Wind Waker is the most beautiful Zelda game and the first speedrun I ever watched. 5 hours of goodness. Cosmo, I love you.
Oh. So after getting the hookshot, I want to restart the race, and the fastest way to do that is to get crushed by that door by triggering the door and then going back through the passageway, so I can immediately restart the race since it sends me back to the beginning. And the reason I have to do this race again is because doing it a second time, getting under a minute, gives you a heart boost. Gives you the first heart boost of the run.
He knows, man.
50 or 51, take your bets.
Oh no, 50. Wow.
I'm gonna get crushed here again because if I go through the door, I go to the windmill, which I don't want to go to right now. I want to head back to the graveyard for the next trick. So what I want to do right now is go to the Shadow Temple. And you're normally not supposed to get to the Shadow Temple unless you have the song of the Nocturne of Shadow to get there. But there's some neat stuff you can do. First thing I'm going to do is get the Infinite Sword glitch. That'll come in handy later. So now I need to do this setup to do a super slide here off this grass. So I'm going to do a super slide here, try to grab the grass as my shield gets hit, and this sends me really far back, and now I let go of the super slide by letting go of R, and I get warped back to where the grass is, and because I have the Infinite Sword glitch, I can't fall off ledges. You can't fall off ledges when you swing your sword, and that's what the Infinite Sword glitch is. So I'm just kind of standing in the air, and then from there I can slide up to the ledge, and this allows me to climb the Shadow Temple, and then up here I can slide hop over a load trigger, where the game normally loads the front door of Shadow Temple along with a bunch of torches you need to light, and because the door doesn't load, I can just walk straight into Shadow Temple. Now the reason I want to go to Shadow Temple so early is to get the hover boots. The hover boots are another extremely important item. They just allow you to do lots of cool tricks and allow you to go fast. However, Shadow Temple, I will just be exiting Shadow Temple as soon as I get the hover boots. While I can finish up Shadow Temple right now, it'll be very slow. If I do it right now, I want to wait until much later in the game where I have much more items. Because with more items, specifically long shot, Furor's Wind, and bombs, Shadow Temple goes much quicker.
Hookshot and hover boots, both really good items, useful pretty much everywhere.
Yeah, this entire first 30-40 minutes is all just getting the most important items in the game. And then after that, you can start just going everywhere, getting everything. The Playing Zelda's Lullaby here opens up the Sun Song grave, where I can get the Sun Song. Sun Song is a really important song as well because there's a lot of gold skulltulas that only appear at night. And the Sun Song allows me to immediately change it to night. So it's really useful for collecting those, as well as other time-based events.
We have a $500 donation from Lawrence. He says, games done quick marathons always remind me why I love video games. May it help the world for years to come.
Oh, I don't think I mentioned about back walking and slide hopping. So back walking and slide hopping are both methods of movement that are faster than walking straight forward and rolling, but there's kind of certain rules you want to follow to determine what kind of movement you want to do. Like back walking is generally good for longer distances, but rolling you want to do for shorter distances. And then slide hopping, while slide hopping is technically faster than back walking, if you do perfect side hops, you're generally not going to get perfect side hops. So you want to back walk otherwise. But side hops are good for when you need to cross, when you're not going over flat ground, when you have to go up and down slopes, or like in this room where you have to go through pits.
And backwalking's kind of weird. It's like You see targeting and you're moving like just a little bit off center, you're going so slow. But if you're going like perfectly straight back, it's like a huge boost of speed.
$200 from Delius. Thanks everyone for another great AGDQ. Fingers crossed for first try Dampe.
This is one of the songs that, even if you wanted to beat everything in the first child section, you couldn't do because you have to go adult to get this one.
And it is required for a Skulltula as child as well as a heart piece. Now, normally this heart piece up here, you're normally not supposed to be able to get unless you come through Dampe's grave, but you can do some neat jumps there to grab that. I'm going to head up to Death Mountain, and I'm going to bypass this guy on the roof there. That guy on the roof actually gives you a heart piece, but I don't want to talk to him right now. If I got another heart piece right now, by the time I get to King Dodongo, which is going to be in probably about 10 minutes or so, I'm going to have to kill myself, and I want to have low health. And if I get that heart piece, I'm actually going to get another full heart by then, and I don't want that, so I'm going to put that heart piece off until later. Not only that, but it actually is... Even though I was right next to him, it actually is very slightly more convenient to get it as child. And there's actually going to be quite a few things like that in this run, where it looks like I'm passing by something I could get right there, and it actually is just very slightly faster to just put it off a little bit later because you pass by it multiple times. So I wanted to take some intentional damage from that Skulltula, or Tektite for a trick here in Dodongo's Cavern. I'm going to take damage from Spimos and get me on pretty low health for this next trick where I need to die. So what I want to do is try to hookshot this ladder at the same time I die. And then this happens. So if you hookshot a ladder and die at the same time, you get this huge boost of speed upwards, and you get this huge jump. And luckily that bridge right there is actually only solid from the top and not the bottom, which means I can just kind of fly through the bottom and land straight on the top. And this allows me to get to the bomb chest extremely early. Not only that, but this lets me go through the dungeon in reverse. And going through the dungeon in reverse is actually the intended way to get one of the Skulltulas, but you're supposed to do it in a much slower way, and after you've already gone through the dungeon through the front way, which makes a certain set of stairs fall down, which I don't want to be falling down. I need to light the eyes here. Open the mouth. So this next trick I'm going to do here is called Hess. It's Hyper Extended Super Slide. This is very similar to the Water Extended Super Slide I did earlier. By rolling into a bomb and holding ESS position, which is just very slightly off the dead zone of the control stick, and then holding Z and R, I can get this huge boost of speed backwards and then be able to control my angle with it as well. I've also done a super slide or two in this run so far, and it has the same speed as a super slide, but it has the advantage of being able to change your angle. Now, because I can move at such a high speed and be able to control my angle so well, it's a extremely good movement technique, which I'll use a ton throughout the run, and is personally my favorite trick in the game.
Yeah, shoutouts to AX24. He really likes that trick.
Ahead of his time. So I just got infinite sword glitch off the beamos there with Navi, and then I'm gonna go in here, and the reason I need the infinite sword glitch is because I'm gonna do a bomb over here. So what I'm gonna do is set these two bombs down and backflip into them with my shield. That might be late. Okay. And when you shield damage in the air with the infinite sword glitch, you can maintain your height and keep gaining height over and over. And with that, I can get up here to get the Skulltula. Normally, you're not supposed to get that. You're supposed to get that Skulltula using the Scarecrow song, which I don't have yet. I will be getting, but it won't be until much later in the run. It's just far too inconvenient to get this early on.
If you notice, ZFG put on the hover boots there for that hover. If anybody saw Majora's Mask earlier, there was a lot of hovering just everywhere. Unfortunately, in Ocarina of Time, the bomb physics are a little differently, and you need to shield the damage to actually stick in the air. In Majora's Mask, they're just at full blast radius immediately when they go off, but in Ocarina of Time, they kind of expand. So without the hover boots on, when ZFG backflips, they'll actually escape the damage radius too quickly to actually stick in the air. So thus, he puts on the hover boots, and it shortens his backflip, and he can actually stick in the air.
So I didn't finish Dodongo's Cavern yet. I will be going back there very soon, but I want to take a little detour and clean up some stuff on Death Mountain first. The reason for this is after I finish Dodongo's Cavern, I'm going to be doing another wrong warp, which is going to take me to Gerudo Training Grounds, and then from there I'm going to go ahead to the Spirit Temple. And if I go to the Spirit Temple immediately, I won't actually have a way to get out aside from save warping. And that's going to take me back to the Temple of Time, which is not exactly a place I want to go to very soon. So specifically here, I want to get the Bolero of Fire, which I'm going to get right after I get the Goron tunic from this Goron. The Bolero of Fire is the warp song that leads you to Death Mountain Crater, which conveniently is the place I want to go after I go to the Spirit Temple. So I need to get that. Hello? Okay. I need to get that warp song before I finish up Dodongo's Cavern, as well as a few other things that are conveniently on the way.
We have a $100 donation from Lars Road. He says, gotta throw down another hundo to help reach that 1 million milestone. Thanks everyone for the great event. And another $100 from Michael Z. He says, my mother died 1.5 years ago, and it was the worst experience in my life. Even a few weeks before her death, she was more worried about us than herself. There can only be one answer to the best video game question, A Link to the Past. No one deserves to experience the pain that my family did, so I hope that this donation helps.
So if you remember when I died earlier when I entered the Zelda's Lullaby cutscene, I'm going to be using the same technique here, but with the Bolero of Fire cutscene. I'm going to damage myself down here and then die as soon as I enter the cutscene again. And to take some damage here, I'm going to do a trick called Ocarina damage buffering. You see I'm taking multiple hits of damage from the same bomb. When you take a hit from a bomb, you have invincibility frames for a short amount of time, so that you can't get hit multiple times. But if you take out your Ocarina, and there's the cutscene skip right there, if you take out your Ocarina while these invincibility frames are going off, you can kind of waste your invincibility frames, cancel the Ocarina, and then bring it back up, and you're able to take another hit because the bomb hitbox is still out. So you can keep doing that over and over to take a lot of damage from a single bomb. The max you can take from a single bomb is actually 9 hits, which is... how many hearts is that? I don't know. I can't do math. 4.5. So here I'm going to dupe a bottle over my Deku Nuts. What I did there is shield and press my Deku Nut button, which kind of registered the game thinking that the Deku Nut was the last button I pressed. And while doing that, I held the bottle button while shielding and then let go of the shield, which made it instantly swing without actually pressing the bottle button. So that when I swung the bottle, when you swing a bottle, it puts the item you catch over the last button you press, which in this case I actually thought was a Deku Nut. So I put a bottle over my Deku Nut, and that gave me an extra bottle, which I'll be using a bit later on. I need one bottle right now to have a fish in it, and then the other bottle is going to be used for a few other things. The fish being a very important item for several tricks. And now here I can get magic.
A $100 donation from Fairdy says, congrats to Runner Guy and ZFG. I've been watching ZFG's 100% streams a lot, and that blindfolded run was mind-blowing. Best Zelda game equals Ocarina of Time. Good luck with Dompe's heart piece. In the worst case, it'll give us more time to reach that million. And a $100 donation from John, who says, here's to many more GDQs.
You're supposed to only be able to get that Skulltula with the Megaton Hammer, but you can actually kind of clip inside that rock a bit, enough to grab the Skulltula token without the hammer. And then there's going to be another one very similar right over here. Except for this one, I'm going to use the hook shot to grab it through the rock. Come on. There we go. Gonna make a night for a Skulltula I'll be getting later on, then I'm gonna head back into Dongo's Cavern and finish it up. Hello? Camera. You can get some weird camera angles in this game if you change your angle while you initially press Z, like that.
We have a $100 donation from Phil D. I can't believe this is real. Thank you everyone who put over $1,800 towards getting my dad's name on this save file. Let's beat this final run together. $1 million is nothing. I love each and every single one of you from the bottom of my heart.
So you're seeing that I'm using bomb shoes to blow up a few walls here. Bomb shoes, they have a small advantage over bombs in that you can explode them, manually explode them faster by slashing them. So they're a little bit faster to use in places like this. So here I need a save warp because I'm going to be doing a wrong warp very soon. And wrong warps are very picky in that they are kind of based off of the last cutscene that you watched. And if the last cutscene that you watched is certain cutscenes, it won't work properly. And if I just went and did it immediately, it actually would have soft locked because the last cutscene was the Bolero fire cutscene. And but the title screen is also a cutscene that the game uses as a value, and that works fine for it. And here I'm going to do a trick to open this door. So what I did there is I used Navi to check the keys as soon as I hit this blue switch there. And normally you're supposed to put a block on that blue switch to hold it down. But what I did is by checking the keys as soon as I hit the switch, it activates both cutscenes at the same time, the cutscene of the text happening and the door opening at the same time. So I can cancel a text to gain control and then run over to the door while the cutscene of the door is supposed to be happening before it actually closes. So I like to throw the bombs off the wall because it looks cool. So for this next wrong warp, I'm gonna need to die, and the reason I didn't take damage during the fight is that I'm gonna get the heart container right here, and the heart container is gonna refill my health. So taking damage during the fight would not have been very helpful. And I'm going to use several bombs to damage myself down. And the reason I can't use something like Ocarina buffering like I did with the Bolero Fire cutscene is that Ocarina does not work in boss rooms. I'm just going to have to set a bunch of bombs down. And then do this next trick. Alright. So I activated the Ocarina items on the edge of the blue orb. As soon as I cancel it, I'm gonna get hit by the bomb and die. So now the game's gonna try to put me back at the beginning of Dodongo's Cavern because I died at the same time that this cutscene triggers. And then weird stuff happens and I'm at Gerudo Training Grounds. Now Gerudo Training Grounds is a mini dungeon that's supposed to be this really difficult dungeon to get this special item from the Gerudos. What I can do here though is do this trick called Weird Shot, where I roll into a bomb, hold down, and take out the hook shot. If I can do it right. And this allows me to hook shot under the ground because it causes Link to do some really glitchy animations, some of them being under the ground. Then I can just shoot past the gate, straight to the chest, grab the ice arrows, and I don't have to do any of Gerudo Training Grounds. Now I can just save warp out.
I didn't know you started kind of eyeballing the backflip for the blue orb in Dodongo's Cavern instead of doing some setup for it.
Yeah, there's actually a really good visual cue I use now, so it's and it's actually fairly lenient. You actually have more leniency for child blue warps than adult blue warps, so it's actually not too bad for that one to just eyeball it. So as soon as I exited Gerudo Training Grounds, I got caught since I don't have the Gerudo card and thrown in jail. So I'm gonna climb to the top of this jail, and I want to get to the wasteland. So I'm gonna get over to this mountain with hover boots, and from this hill I can bypass the gate and go straight to the haunted wasteland. Again, Gerudo Fortress is just another place where I'll be coming back to finish it up later.
I think this is one of the longest tests in the game. Certainly saves a ton of time if you can do it. It's very difficult, of course. This, I think ZFG practiced this a lot.
There's actually, in 100%, you actually have to stop by the shelter to get one Skulltula.
Oh yeah, that's
But then
right.
I just do another one straight to the end. You are supposed to follow a guide to go through the second part of Haunted Wasteland, but if you know how to get through it, then you can just go fast.
Yeah, one of the oldest sequence breaks, you know, just getting through here without the lens, just memorizing the path.
Nice.
$30 donation from Anonymous. I had to donate again during this Ocarina of Time 100% run. ZFG, sir, you are a wizard.
So if I didn't waste some bombs earlier, I could have done a super slide here, and then I head straight to the temple, but fortunately bad things happen. Not too bad though, it's only a few seconds. I just need to exit here, and this triggers the Requiem of Spirit cutscene. I'm not going to be doing much in Spirit Temple right now. I am going to go back in right after this cutscene and grab one gold Skulltula, but then I'm going to be out of there and come back and finish it up later.
This cutscene's actually watchable as Child Link, and you can get the song and everything, and it works.
Yeah, one interesting thing about getting it as Child Link is there's certain parts of the cutscene where the game kind of tries to stretch Child Link to be Adult Link size, and you kind of see him floating in the air for a bit. Kind of neat.
This is also a cutscene that you can't skip, like the Bolero and Zelda's Lullaby. Those ones are kind of triggered when you enter the area to kind of start the cutscene. This one works a little bit different. It actually triggers once you leave the Spirit Temple.
Yeah, you can't walk into this trigger like you can other ones, so there's currently no way to skip it, but with this game you can't say never.
We have an anonymous $1 donation. At the time of this donation, we have over 122,000 viewers on Twitch. If each of us donated $1, we would hit that 1 million. Here's my $1, and I challenge everyone else to do the same.
I'm going to do a trick called a Mega Slide Hop here. This is where I do a backwards slide hop and gain a lot of speed from that bomb. That allowed me to clip out of bounds, then clip back inbounds through that silver block. That silver block is supposed to push by getting the silver gauntlets, which you get by completing the child section of this temple, and then pushing that block, but that's kind of slow. So now what I'm going to do here in this room is get out of bounds, and then clip back inbounds. And right now I'm in this room right next to the room I'm in right now. And the Skulltula kind of reaches over into the next room, so you can hookshot it from that room and skip having to use a Song of Time there. Now the reason I wanted to get the Skulltula and then immediately leave, which might seem kind of a weird routing option, is I would have to use the Bolero of Fire anyway to get out of the desert. And I also, if I wanted to get out of that room, normally if I would do it at a later portion, I would have to save warp out. So if I have to play the Blur of Fire anyway, it's good to just get that Skulltula and then head out. Lots of little minor routing, interesting routing things like that in this run. Now, bombs are going to be extremely important coming up, so I got to buy 20 of them since I was completely empty.
We have a $120 donation from James. He says, "This stream has been amazing and for an incredible cause."
So I need to go out to Zora's River right now, and there's a shortcut to Zora's River through Lost Woods. You normally need the silver or gold scale to dive down there, but you can kind of clip through the stone there and hit the loading zone and head out to Zora's River. So one really nice thing about the Requiem of Spirit cutscene is it actually sets the time of day to late afternoon. And that's really good because I need to go down the river to get some Skulltulas. And as soon as I get near the first Skulltula I want to get, it's going to turn night. Which is very nice for the time of day. So here there's this waterfall blocking Zora's domain, which you normally need to play Zelda's Lullaby to open the waterfall, but you can make a side hop past it like that. That's significantly faster. So here in Zora's domain, I just want to go straight up to Zora's Fountain. And right now, King Zora is actually blocking the way to Zora's Fountain still because I never moved him as a child. So I'm going to Hess all the way up through Zora's Fountain and then use... Okay, never mind. I was supposed to use the Hess to clip out of bounds there, but...
But you can just do that.
Yeah, you can also do that. Lots of backup strats for this run, so... Yeah, King Zora is still blocking the way, so that's also going to be sort of an issue when I come back, but we got some stuff for that.
We have an anonymous $100 donation. He says, "Shut up and take my money." And a $1 donation from Mr. That Never Happened Before. He said, "Well, you heard the anonymous person. Here's my dollar."
Nice. So this is the fairy fountain where you get Furrow's Wind. Furrow's Wind, for most players that played this game casually, most people didn't think the spell was very useful. In fact, a lot of people consider it one of the most useless items in the game. For speedrunning, however, it's actually very useful. It allows you to eliminate a lot of backtracking, and for certain places where you want to go to repeat visits to dungeons, it's also very useful for that. There's actually going to be quite a few uses of this spell in this run.
Another dollar from Jess Maher. "Here's my $1, Twitch friends. We can totally do this."
So there's a gold Skulltula in this sort of secret cave that leads up to the top of Zora's domain, and it's this hole under the silver rock, which you're supposed to lift with the silver gauntlets. But by doing a trick very similar to the weird shot I did in Gerudo Training Grounds, but by not letting go of Z, you kind of clip through the block, or clip through the rock, and can get through that hole and climb up here. So I can grab the Skulltula. Then from here I can Mega Flip down to a heart piece. And now I'm going to head into Ice Cavern. Ice Cavern is personally one of my favorite parts of the run. It's pretty fast paced, it's got a lot of interesting tricks in it. It's also
for the weird
it
clip
can be
there,
kinda...
used to like clip out of bounds and like use the iron boots or something and swim out of bounds, right?
Yeah, there used to be, before that weird clip through the rock, there used to be like some really crazy strats, very inconsistent and difficult. And there used to be like, I don't know, 3 or 4 different strats, all with varying degrees of difficulty versus stupidness, and it was like a mess until that trick was found. So first trick there, you can clip through the gate there by hookshotting the freezer right as it's up against the wall. And in this room, I'm going to do a Hess while facing this ledge here, and I can hopefully use this to clip through the red ice. I messed up a little bit. There's a bunch of red ice in here that you need to... You normally need to melt the red ice with blue fire, but a lot of the red ice you can kind of clip through and skip the need for blue fire like that. Another blue fire skip here with this heart piece in the red ice. You can just put a bomb here and then crouch stab the wall. And then the crouch stab plus the bomb pushes you far enough through so you can grab the heart piece. I'm going to do some damage buffering here because I'm going to need to die at the end of Ice Cavern.
I love that one with the bomb and the recoil. It's really
Yeah,
cool.
that's actually one of my favorite like small speed strats. and then get another red ice skip here by clipping out of bounds. I'm gonna equip the hover boots as I crouch stab the wall there. And that gives me a big boost of speed and allows me to clip through the wall and then back inbounds and skip that red ice wall. Yeah. Now here, unfortunately, there's no skip for this puzzle where you have to collect the silver rupees, but there's a few tricks you can do here. The double gainer. And grab that silver rupee through the red ice just by jump slashing it. All the keys are gathered up here. I've never seen them like this. Now I do need to get some blue fire, but this isn't going to be for red ice. This is, well, actually it is going to be for red ice, but not in the ice cavern. It's going to be for King Zora. Now here's a trick called a ground jump. When you target and shield and try to grab a bomb, it kind of prevents you from grabbing it, and then even though Link is trying to grab it, and then eventually it explodes, and then after that, if you do a backflip or side hop, you actually get a forward jump, which allows me to grab that ledge. And then from there, I just did a Hess. Oh god, I need to avoid these Deku Nuts. No, do not grab these Deku Nuts. This is bad. Okay. Oh, I'm just gonna have to wait here until the Deku Nuts go away. If I get those Deku Nuts, my fish is gonna be gone because my fish is in my Deku Nut slot right now. And if I get Deku Nuts, I get Deku Nuts back, and my fish goes away, which is very bad. Actually, I should have used that time to damage buffer. Whatever. Alright, so here's another cutscene skip. Alright, so by dying as soon as I open this chest, there's going to be a cutscene right after this where Sheik appears to try to teach me the Serenade of Water, but I'm just going to die. And you get the nicest game over music ever. So that's it for Ice Cavern now. So there's one heart piece I still need to get down at the bottom of Zora's Fountain. Now there's a cool little trick here. Instead of just putting the iron boots on and sneaking all the way to the bottom, it's actually faster to get on the slope and walk down the slope than it is to just sink. And then same for going up.
Yeah, it's a really steep slope right there, so you climb really fast.
There's a cool little trick I can do to save a second going back to Zora's Fountain. I'm hoping I can do it. Nah, oh well. So King Zora is still blocking the way with the red ice, but if you unfreeze him, for a very short amount of time, he's actually not completely solid, and you can walk straight through him, like this. And now I can talk to King Zora. So, when you talk to King Zora after unfreezing him, he normally gives you the Zora tunic. However, with this N64 exclusive glitch where you hold the R button while talking to him, he gives you the eyeball frog. So the eyeball frog is actually an item very late in the adult trade quest for the Big Oron sword. And I essentially just skipped like 6 or 7 items in the trade quest, which saves a huge amount of time. It saves so much time that it makes N64 the fastest version for 100% because of that trick alone, even if it does have more lag and slower load times. Now, I expired it on purpose because I still need to get the Zora tunic, so what I'm going to do is a similar trick, basically doing the opposite, giving him the prescription and holding R to get the Zora tunic. Now I'm just going to give him the prescription normally, and he's going to give me the eyeball frog, and now I can actually continue the trade quest.
We have a $50 donation from TimeShifter08. He says, 4th donation of the marathon. I just can't resist. 49 of my fellow Twitch chat lurkers, I've got you covered, but you should donate anyway.
So you need to go deliver this eyeball frog to the guy at the lab at Lake Hylia. And normally you're not able to access this this warp directly from Zora's Domain to Lake Hylia. But by getting out of bounds using that ladder, you can. Makes it very quick to get to Lake Hylia to deliver this. But before I go deliver this, I do want to try to get some bomb drops from the grass here. Ooh, 1, that's good. If I get 1 more, I'll be happy. Alright, that's pretty good. That means I can do basically all the bombs, fast strats coming up in Fire Temple. Now here in the lab, there is a heart piece and a gold skull I need to get. The heart piece, the way you're supposed to get it is you have to dive to the bottom with the gold scale. But I don't have the gold scale yet, so what I'm doing is I use the hook shot on the box and then immediately equip the Kikiri boots. And then switch back to the iron boots. And then, so by hookshotting it with the Kikiri boots, the game actually thought, oh, I must have dove to the bottom because I touched the ground with the Kikiri boots. So I should get the heart piece. So that's a little way to trick the game thinking I should get this heart piece. Now I can deliver the frog. Shout outs to Speed Frog. So, with these items that have expiration timers, you normally can't use warp songs. As you saw earlier when I got the eyeball frog the first time, I played a warp song and it immediately expired. Now, if you specifically warp to Death Mountain Crater, here in Death Mountain Crater there's a heat timer. It's the timer that tells you, hey, you need to put on the Goron tunic or you're gonna die. And this timer actually takes priority over the expiration timer for the eye drops. So the eye drops can't expire if I don't wear the Goron tunic in here. Which is really nice because by doing this I can go up to the top of Death Mountain Crater and exit, and right outside the exit Bigoron is there, and I can give these eye drops to him. Now, the timer is going to be set to 1 second as soon as I exit here, but luckily that 1 second is just enough time to give him the eye drops.
Yeah, conveniently, just barely. You can reach him.
If he was just like a little bit farther, then this would be a lot longer. Also, another convenient thing about the time of day I mentioned with the Requiem of Spirit, the amount of time I've spent between the Requiem of Spirit and now in areas where time passes, that being Zora's River and Lake Hylia, is very conveniently almost daytime right now. Just a few seconds. There we go. So you're supposed to wait 3 days for Bigoron to make the sword. And by 3 days, it actually means transition from night to day 3 times. So I actually got that first transition from night to day immediately as I got the claim check, which means I only have to wait 2 full days, really. I only play Sunsong 4 times. Now I'm just going to give this the claim check to Bigoron sword, or to Bigoron, and I will get the Bigoron sword, which is the strongest sword and double the power of the Master Sword. So getting it this early in the run is actually pretty nice because it saves a decent amount of time in the dungeons. So now I'm going to head off to Fire Temple. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do a crouch stab on this rock. Good? Alright, 3, 2, 1, go. Alright, as I said before the stream went down, I am now going to Fire Temple. So first thing I'm going to do in Fire Temple is drop this fish and catch it. So I'm going to do this glitch where I'm going to try to basically dump the fish as I'm trying to shield, like this, and this causes this weird, really weird camera angle. The reason I want this camera angle is I'm going to enter this door, and this camera angle is going to stay facing the door and not facing Darunia, who is in this room, who wants to talk to me, give me like a minute-long speech about the Gorons. And Darunia will not load if he's not on screen, so that avoids the cutscene with him. I do have to do some awkward movement out of this room to prevent it. Alright. So there's a cool little jump you can do here to skip playing Song of Time to make a Song of Time block appear. Not only that, but I don't even have Song of Time yet anyway. So this is a neat trick to get up to this level and grab this Skulltula. And then in this room I can just Hess all the way to the other side. Fire Temple has some really big rooms that allow for some neat Hessing across.
We have a $50 donation from Verdette. What a great AGDQ this year. Have to donate again on the final push. Here's hoping we make that million.
So there's a cool trick you can do with the Bigoron sword between objects and a wall with a 90-degree angle. You can actually just clip through the wall like this. And by doing this right here, it allows me to access this shortcut very early. And this shortcut, obviously you're not supposed to get to it until much later, and it leads you to the top of a room above with a bunch of boulders. And this saves quite a bit of time climbing up the dungeon. This dungeon is entirely or mostly entirely vertical based. You're supposed to be climbing rooms all the way to the top.
Yeah, that clip through the block is cool. You can either use like a really precise bomb boost, or you can use the third slash of the Bigoron sword or the Giant's knife. And for some reason, that slash allows you to clip at certain angles. Like for example, you can do an adult Door of Time skip using it as well.
So I'm going to be setting for Rosewind here because I need to do some backtracking to get a Skulltula not too soon.
That's my new favorite Hess.
That's the best Hess of the run, for sure.
It's got
And
that
I'd
cool
say it's like
camera
fourth
angle.
best. So I need to save warp back to the beginning of the dungeon because there's a Skulltula down here that I need to get right now. If I tried to get this Skulltula any earlier, I would actually kind of not be able to finish the dungeon because I would not have enough keys to keep going. So I needed to get a key later on. You're only supposed to use the Megaton hammer to break those blocks. You're not even supposed to be getting in here until much later anyway. But I don't want to wait all the way until I get the hammer. And this room actually went decently for once. It's actually, it can be pretty difficult to kill all those enemies quickly. And it's very easy to make that room go very slow. So I gotta warp back to warp back to Wind here. And now I need to set it again because I'm gonna be coming back to here a bit later on. I still haven't gotten all the Skulltulas yet. There's still 2 more Skulltulas I need to get, but I want to come back here later on when I have the long shot. So I'm going to set for Rosewind here and come back after Water Temple.
Yeah, I think the thing that really makes Rosewind so good is that you can traverse between entire dungeons. So you can set it in one dungeon, leave, go to another dungeon, and then use it and transport all the way back, as opposed to being limited to just doing it in the dungeon you're currently in.
Alright, another cool use of the Hess. You can get through these firewalls that are supposed to activate as soon as you get close to them, but you kind of go too fast for them. And then you can clip through that big firewall by taking damage and backflipping through the corner of it. Also, the reason I equipped Master Sword earlier is Master Sword, for some weird reason, actually does more damage to Flare Dancer than Big Oran Sword. I also want to take some intentional damage here. I want to be on low health for the boss fight. I'm actually on much higher health than I would like to be.
We have a $100 donation from Nick Nog. He says, kudos to all the runners for showcasing their talents for a great cause. Now let's get to that million. And a $500 donation from Cheryl. Meant to donate earlier, but better late than never. Thank you guys so much for doing this for a great cause. And thank you for your $500, Cheryl.
I'm actually gonna try to take a hit first. Please? Hello? Okay. The lag.
Yeah.
Maybe that was a bad idea. Shoutouts to N64 lag. Alright, so with the hammer, there's a neat trick you can do with this. I probably dropped too fast there. This might work or might not. So when you use a hammer on the wall and immediately equip hover boots, you get a really big burst of speed. And you can use that to clip out of bounds. And then I can do this really big fall all the way down the dungeon and fall into the boss room. So in every dungeon, basically everything, all the collision in the dungeon and the loading zones are loaded anywhere you are in the dungeon. It's just that one room alone has all the objects and textures and everything fully loaded. So all you have to do is get out of bounds, and if you can find the load trigger, then you can actually just fall directly into the boss zone. Which is actually especially easy in Fire Temple because the temple is so based on going upwards, with the boss being all the way down at the bottom. So now for the Volvagia fight, what I'm going to be doing is dropping bombs on this middle, or on this front hole here. So Volvagia, Volvagia actually has 2 hitboxes. One for the one that goes flying, and one for the one that pops out of the holes. And the one that goes flying is actually under that hole that I'm bombing right now. Am I gonna make this? No. Oh my god. Messed that up. Alright, I'm just gonna have to do a backup and get the boss key. Tried to save that and didn't work out well. So I can do a weird shot here to grab the boss key from behind. Unfortunately, my only way out after this is gonna have to be a save warp. So unfortunately, that cutscene skip I did back at the beginning of the dungeon isn't gonna help now. It's like
Oh, that's right.
I actually could try to skip this again, but I actually want to get the bombs in this room now.
Yeah, of all the things to skip, I didn't really think this cutscene would be skippable. Then suddenly someone figures out the camera angle thing.
I was pretty surprised when this was found, actually.
Yeah.
We have a $250 donation from Jaeger. He says, fantastic event as always. Keep up the great work. Another $250 donation from Elf Pancakes. Hi all, I've been traveling all over Japan, so missed everything so far, but finally got to tune in for the best game ever, Ocarina of Time. Good luck, ZFG.
I actually do want to have the security drone on here because I'm going to have to die intentionally after the boss fight. Or wait, did I just mess this up? I am not counting. Oh my god.
I feel like this boss has always been a troll throughout the history of speedrunning this game in various ways. Like many different ways of killing this boss and different things you have to do, but just dealing with the whack-a-mole plus the timer plus everything else.
So coming up after this cutscene is going to be the third and final long warp of the run. Same as the one in Dongo's Cabin before. Gonna have to die. It's gonna be a little bit different though. Which is why I want the Curie Tunic on, so I can actually die from a heat timer. Which is gonna be a lot faster than dying from low health, since I'm gonna have my health refilled here. going to do Ocarina items here, and I'm going to gain control, and then try to walk off and do a setup so that I get the correct frame for dying here. You also notice that kind of floaty effect. That's just this effect that the blue warp has normally when you're supposed to be like rising up in the cutscene, and that effect still carries over to doing that. So this wrong warps me into the forest temple now.
It's like back-to-back cutscene skips.
Yeah. Another cutscene skip down up here. Another death. I'm gonna shield this bomb explosion and die as soon as I exit here. Now I'm gonna enter Sacred Forest Meadow, and as soon as I enter Sacred Forest Meadow, I step into a cutscene trigger and immediately die. So that gives me the Minuet of Forest without having to watch the cutscene, and now I can do Forest Temple.
We have a $20 donation from Tixel. Ocarina of Time is an amazing game. Shoutouts to all the runners for the amazing runs. Kill cancer and good luck, ZFG. Oh, and happy birthday.
Thank you.
Another $20 from I Am But Pixels. Hey guys, Pixels here. AGDQ 2015 has been an amazing event. Thankful for everyone putting it on. You guys rule. Let's get to 1 million before ZFG finishes, and I'll buy orange shirts for everyone.
So there's a trick here to skip this cutscene with the pose. I want to drop this fish and then catch it right as this cutscene is triggering, like this. So I caught the fish and the text is going to come up. And now I'm going to be able to walk around during this cutscene where the pose try to move the elevator down. Now I can actually get to the elevator before they push it down and get to the basement early. And this is going to allow me to grab a Skulltula and not have to kill any of the pose, which is usually the biggest time waster in this dungeon, is having to take the time to kill all the pose.
I haven't seen that method you used there with the fish, with you turn around and then turn back around. I haven't really seen that setup before.
That cutscene is also, I think, one of the only ones in this game that's based on actual time. Once you enter that room, there's like a timer that starts going. So that's how ZFG is able to time it with catching a fish.
Big Oran Sword doing quick work there. So there's this Song of Time block here blocking this door. I'm going to do a trick called a ledge clip, where I'm going to try to target a ledge or target a wall as soon as I grab a ledge like that, and I clip into the block, and I can open the door from here. And then from here, I'm going to do a mega jump. I'm going to climb up here, pull out a bomb. Now I'm going to get hit and equip hover boots as soon as I jump off the ledge from this boost. That was a frame late. Oh my god. Alright. So by equipping hover boots, when you get a big boost off a jump like that, you get this really big jump, and I can use that to climb up to the ledge there.
It's also good because it bypasses some small keys. This is one of the cooler rooms in the Forest Temple.
Yeah, you can use ground jumps to climb on these blocks and skip this big block pushing puzzle. Climb straight to the top of the room.
Funny thing about this block puzzle is even if ZFG wanted to do the block puzzle, he couldn't do it right now because the blocks here need at least a minimum of Goron bracelet to push them, and he doesn't have any strength upgrade whatsoever.
And
he couldn't even push them.
In addition to that, the game actually tells you that the Goron bracelet doesn't work as adult, and that adult can just like push blocks and grab grass and stuff because the adult is stronger. That's just flat out not true. Adult actually does need Goron bracelet to do that stuff.
Yeah, it's weird they check for it. It's strange. Feels like after the door time skip was found, everyone's like messing with like all these oddities going on with going right to adult right away. It's just like no Goron bracelet, can't pick up grass as adult, like the boulder's gone in front of DC and stuff.
That wasn't close.
Like to make it risky.
Nice.
I do want to actually end this fight with low health, because yet again I'm going to die soon.
Yeah, bigger on sword jump slash does so much damage, and then you can just crouch stab with it. They kill Stalfos in 2 hits.
Another boss key skip here. Gonna use the hammer boost again. Hammer this wall, equip hover boots, and this will let me clip out of bounds. I just want a regular bow. Don't get excited about ice arrows. They used to have a use, no longer though. Come on. Oh my god. You gotta get a specific distance away and then go back towards it, and I was trying to cut it too close.
$200 donation from Louis. My father passed away from small intestine cancer this past September. If there had been early detection, he may have lived, and I'm hoping that this and all other donations will lead to that. You guys rock.
So, runner guy, how can you tell the real Phantom Ganon in this fight?
The real Phantom Ganon is the one that's brighter, first off, visually, but he's also the only one that makes noise coming out of it. So if you were, say, blindfolded or something, you could actually center him on the screen like I did for the Blue Woods.
This Phantom Ganon strategy coming up is pretty fast.
Oh yeah. He goes
So that Phantom Ganon strategy, when you shoot him with arrows, he actually tries to block it by spinning his staff, but while he's blocking that, he's actually vulnerable for a short amount of time. So what I did there is I shot him, immediately took out the Bjorn sword, which had ISG active, which immediately hit him, stunned him, and then because Bjorn sword jump slash ISG is so powerful, just kills him in 3 hits, and he's done.
I think it was the Japanese community that originally found that tactic.
Yeah, I believe it was actually found in OOT 3D first, if I remember correctly. Alright, so another cutscene skip coming up here. Gotta get in a precise position and then try to die. Alright, that's good.
ZFG, you forgot the heart container.
Oh no! What will I do? So, That heart container, if I had gotten it, it actually would have refilled my health, and I would have had like 9 hearts, which is not optimal to die with. So I actually leave that heart container. I'm going to come back for it in just a minute after I grab this last Skulltula over in this room. So you can hookshot over that railing, or you can use the hookshot to do a very small backflip over that railing, and then you kind of clip through the ground if you try to grab the ledge. Then from there you can jump out of bounds straight into the boss loading zone again. And now I want to go to the water temple right now, and I want to play the Serenade of Water, but Ocarina is not possible to use in boss rooms. So I use Ocarina items here by dumping the fish and catching it to play Serenade with my hookshot. Now I'm gonna go to Water Temple. The Water Temple is always the one that everyone says, oh, it's so hard, I hated it as a kid. But it's actually a really cool dungeon in a speedrun.
We have a $100 donation from Acute Links. Hey everyone, I'm donating $1 for every % in this run. In return, I have to tell ZFG happy birthday. Good luck and finish strong. Don't pull a Molotov.
That's a little hard to do in this category. So when you put iron boots on in the water, normally you're supposed to just sink down immediately. But if you start swimming while targeting with the Kiri boots and then switch to iron boots, you can actually swim with the iron boots while sinking, which allows me to move to this corridor a little bit faster. You can also use that same trick to swim on land. If you like start doing that trick to swim with iron boots and then swim out of the water, you actually start swimming on land, and it's a pretty neat glitch that has no uses, but just kind of fun to mess around with.
Super swim.
Yeah. Going back and forth every frame.
One thing that's kind of underrated is how good ZFG is at equipping all of the items too. Like, there's probably 100 equips or more, like, in the whole run, and he's got to kind of think ahead what the steps are, you know, what items is he gonna need in the future. So you can surprisingly lose a lot of time over the run just pausing and thinking about, you know, what types of things you need next. So, I mean, he's got it down.
Yeah, pausing is actually... pausing probably took me the longest to get good at of anything in this run, really. Like, it's harder than any trick to memorize, like, that much. I really want a bomb drop here, by the way. Please. No.
Yeah, it's not even just what to equip, but also, like, where the cursor's gonna be when you pause.
Yeah. I really wanted a bomb drop because I actually need one more bomb for an upcoming section, but I can just equip bomb shoes. It's a little unfortunate because I would have liked to have some spare bomb shoes for other stuff, but it's not too big of a deal.
That lag.
We have an anonymous $150 donation. Says, what an amazing event.
Yeah, I don't like equipping the Zora tunic because it's really ugly. Thankfully, there is some guaranteed bomb drops in these pots right here, which is really good because in this part of the run, you're always going to be low on bombs no matter what. So having a guaranteed bomb drop there is really nice, especially when you're going to need some bombs coming up.
Yeah, Ocarina of Time's a little bit mean about the bomb drops. Like, there's not that many guaranteed locations.
Just to remind you guys, we're still trying to figure out what the best and worst Zelda games are. Right now, in the lead for the worst, we have Wand of Gamelon at $1,800, and for the best, Link to the Past at $2,500.
There's a cool trick here. By using the hammer and equipping hover boots for another hover boost there, you can open the door while using the hover boots without a platform below the door, so you're kind of opening the door from midair. Normally you're only able to open that door with the highest water level. And that skill I just got there, you're normally only supposed to get that with the long shot, but if you stand on the very corner of that platform, you can grab it with just a hook shot. And getting ISG for that to get on the very corner makes it a little bit easier.
Just as another quick update, we're only $5,000 away from $900,000, and we really want to push to get that million, so get your donations in, folks.
Darkling fight is actually pretty easy. You just do a sideways slash and it hits behind you. And he's dead. So there's a neat trick here. What I just did there is the entrance point glitch. I stabbed the wall and then equipped hover boots while opening the door. And then the door didn't quite finish closing. And then I walked to the side of the wall to make it finish closing by moving far enough away from it. And so that reset the entrance point for what's going to happen when I reload the room when I void out by weird shotting this chest. So I'm actually going to walk towards the wall, walk through the wall, fall out of bounds, and I can go into the room below this room, which is unloaded currently. I'm going to hookshot the chest, which brings me back up. It hits the load trigger for the bottom room, which allows me to get past the Song of Time block and get into this room, all just to bypass that one Song of Time block.
And a super swim for good measure.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably one of the most interesting rooms. Like,
Yeah. That room was actually a big problem for 100% for quite a while. And then the interesting thing is, by the time it was found, it didn't actually affect 100% that much. But it's still really neat to have that trick. Not only because it saves time, but it's just a really interesting and cool trick to see anyway.
We have an anonymous $50 donation. Thank you to all the runners and all the people behind the scenes. Let's hit that million.
So I'm not quite done with the dungeon yet. I still need to get a few Skulltulas, but I'm going to head to the boss room anyway and finish up the Skulltulas afterwards. I don't have the boss key either, but you can probably guess that's not going to be a problem.
We
So unlike the Forested Fire Temple, I can't really fall into the boss room because there isn't really a higher place to do so. But what I can do is start a hover. And by getting high enough, I can actually just jump slash through the wall and straight into the boss room. Now here, I'm doing a really weird trick. So what I'm trying to do is I'm going to send this bomb shoot into the water, grab this ladder while I shield, and it's going to hit me off the ladder. And what this trick does is, if you see right now, my hookshot button is the only item that's... Hookshot is the only item that I can use underwater. And the trick I just did, basically, it makes it so that the hookshot button, that basically anything I put on that C button now, I will be able to use no matter what it is. There are a few items that you normally can't use in boss rooms, but I now can, such as Wind and Ocarina. Ocarina being the one that actually matters for this. The one catch to this is I need to not get hit and I need to not fall, because if either of those two things happen, I'll immediately lose this glitch. And I need to keep it until the end of the fight. Another thing is, my B button and the other two Z buttons are still dim, so D down is the only thing I can use, so I'm actually going to have to use the hammer to kill Morpha. Luckily, however, I did store power crouch stab with the Big Goron sword before I started the fight, so I can use power crouch stab with the Big Goron sword, or power crouch stab with the hammer, and it's going to have the power to the Big Goron sword. So I'm going to try to lure Morpha all the way into the corner here. Alright. So now, what I'm going to do after this cutscene is I'm going to equip the Ocarina and try to play it as I touch the blue warp. Since, thanks to this glitch, I can actually use the Ocarina in the boss room, when you're normally not supposed to. Now, once I use the Ocarina, after a few seconds, it's going to be automatically cancelled as another side effect of the glitch. But then after that, I'm actually able to use the Ocarina while moving around. And by doing that, I can play the Sun Song. The Sun Song is going to reload the room, and it's going to reload the room at the correct time so that I get the medallion and don't have to watch the cutscene. Dancing in the air.
Probably one of the coolest looking ones.
I'm going to save warp out of here, and oops, I need to equip Master Sword. And grab the last two Skulltulas.
We have a $350 donation from Tenshi. Kudos to all the runners and GDQ staff for their hard work. If awesomeness could blow away cancer, it wouldn't even be in this galaxy anymore. And $100 from Peter. You're on Twitch chat.
So now this is why I set Wind back in Fire Temple. Now that I have the long shot, I can grab the last two Skulltulas in here. But to do this, there's actually a very, very precise long shot I need to do. That requires me to stand in a very precise place and shoot a very precise spot.
Normally you're supposed to have the Scarecrow song to get up here. But sometimes you can just barely reach. This is bringing back bad memories of the Gerudo Bridge in
Oh,
90%.
yeah.
Alright, done with the adult dungeons for now. I still have Shadow and Spirit Temple to do, but that'll be in the second adult section, which will be done later in the run. Just a few more things I want to get in the adult section outside of dungeons. A few Skulltulas, the Nocturne of Shadow, some stuff in Kakariko Village, and then I'm gonna become Child again and do some Child stuff.
$50 donation from TazTaz13. Keep up the good work, ZFG. Happy birthday, and thank you to everyone for what you do. $20 donation from AARon12. He says, for the million.
So this Skulltula you're normally supposed to get by planting a magic bean and going up there, but by killing it with a bomb chew, you can kind of just barely hookshot it from standing in a specific place. The hitbox for the Skulltula tokens is actually slightly bigger than the hitbox for the Skulltula, and it's a little bit higher as well. Bombs. Thank you.
$5 donation from Control Alt WTF. Come on, Twitch chat, donate those dollars, and we've got this in the bag.
So right now I'm just heading to Kakariko Village. After you beat the Forest, Fire, and Water Temple, when you go to Kakariko Village, it triggers the Nocturne of Shadow cutscene, which is the song you normally need to get to enter the Shadow Temple. So this is the second last warp song I'll be getting before becoming Child again, the last one being the Prelude of Light, which is right in front of the pedestal. So I just want to get this song right here because it's going to save quite a bit of time when I go back to Child.
This song's also kind of like the Requiem in that, you know, it comes from when you enter that area and you can't really skip the cutscene.
This cutscene is actually kind of weird because there's some objects in this cutscene that are not normally in Kakariko. Like you saw, there's a little circle of grass that isn't normally there. The tree is actually a little bit different. Kind of weird how they use certain different objects specifically for this cutscene. I think it's actually different in the second part of the cutscene, which is even weirder. Also, I'm pretty sure there's a cuckoo somewhere in this map.
I did not know that. Is it visible?
I think you might be. I think it's like near the shop.
$100 donation from Dino of Supremo. This donation is in memory of my mom, all those we've lost to cancer, and for all those still battling. Thank you for this amazing event and keep up the good work. Another $100 from Daner and Cynthia. My wife and I are huge Zelda fans. My wife even walked down the aisle to the orchestra version of Zelda's Lullaby. Love watching this game on AGDQ for a great cause. Thanks for using your talents to make an impact in the world. $50 anonymous donation. My body is ready for Dampe Troll percent.
Alright, so there's a few things I want to get in Kakariko. The first one I want to do is I want to go into the shooting gallery, and it's closed at night, but you can get in at night by clipping through the wall with this box and the big orange sword. Unfortunately, I will not be lifting the guy after this one.
$30 donation from Will129. Just tuning in. Sad I missed so much of the event, but I'm glad I'm here for OOT.
I like that recoil there.
Yeah. Takes like 1 second. It's really neat. Alright, so that's it for Kakariko. Now I just need to go back to the Temple of Time and become child again. So the door time is still closed, but thanks to the big orange sword, I can actually get through it as adult. You can't do the same method you do as child because adult link is just too big. But you can do this. And now I need to skip another cutscene by taking out the Ocarina. As soon as I load the back room of the Temple of Time, there's supposed to be the cutscene where the Prelude of Light, where Sheik teaches you the Prelude of Light. But by taking out the Ocarina immediately, as that room loads, I can play Sun Song, reload the room, and that's another cutscene skip, giving me the song, but not having to watch the cutscene. And now, back to child. What's my time right now? Good, okay. Probably not. Alright, so first thing I want to do here in Lake Hylia is go to fishing. And to get to fishing, which is all the way on the other side of the lake, I'm going to super swim off this Octorok. So the Octorok hit my shield, and after that I got a huge amount of speed, which I can keep by holding up and mashing Z. And that allows me to really quickly swim across the lake. So now fishing, these fish kind of suck. They're partially random and partially based on what you do, and it's really hard to tell when you fail, like if you failed or if you just got bad luck with the, oh god.
Yeah.
This could be bad. This is bad. I'm gonna have to
Bringing
come
back painful memories.
Yeah.
Yeah. You want to tell a story?
When I was in my 100% run at AGDQ 2 years ago, I pretty much did exactly what ZFG just did with the fish. And I went back in, and the second time I fished was even worse because what ZFG is going to do in the fishing pond, he's going to catch the first fish that will break the record. He's going to do a trick to get the gold scale instead of the heart piece. Usually you get the gold scale as an adult. But then you have to break the record again with the biggest fish to get the heart piece. But this first one I caught was somehow bigger than like 95% of like any big fish. So I kind of got screwed out of getting a heart piece and had to go get like a heart that's like not even in the normal gameplay. So it cost like a ton of time in my run. So hopefully it doesn't happen to ZFG.
Alright, because of that mishap with the rupees, I'm gonna have to go back to the fishing pond at the end of finishing up Lake Hylia. Why am I doing this? I have enough bombs. I just wanted to get some bombs there, and rupees, I guess. So by dropping bugs on these soft soil patches, a Skulltula will pop out. And bugs are going to be pretty important for a child, just for that. Also, for a lot of gold Skulltulas as a child, you'll see me bombing them. Bombs are the best way to kill Skulltulas aside from doing a jump slash, and a lot of Skulltulas you just can't kill with a jump slash because they're too high up. So bombs are the next best option. Slingshot and boomerang just take too much time. And they each kill Skulltula in 2 hits while bombs kill them in 1. Alright, hopefully this is better.
Fishing is so troll.
Yeah. I only get on the line.
Really?
What? Wow.
Wait. Hopefully the other one is still there. Okay, he's still there, just looking the other way. Not paying attention to me.
I wish I knew exactly how, like, the code works behind the fish.
Yeah, I've done a lot of testing to try to figure it out to like get it consistent, but it's just nothing makes sense. It's back? Alright. Alright, cool.
Oh, is it back?
Hopefully that was good RNG manipulation. Well, it could have gone worse.
We have a $50 donation from Brannables. Thank you all for running these events. I'm always excited to watch all the speedruns, and I appreciate everyone's generosity. And believe me, we all appreciate the generosity here too. We're so close to 1 million, guys, just under $100,000 away, and we really want you guys to make sure that we push through and get that goal.
Is that a seam right there?
Yeah. That's not funny. That's not what I want to either. You have to light all the torches in Zora's domain to make the heart beast just appear under this waterfall.
We have a $100 donation from Juki. He said, here's $100.
So there's a really cool hess I can do from here all the way up to King Zora. It's pretty difficult though, so hopefully I can get it.
The Hess Master.
And I can also change this into the angle I need for the King Zora skip. You can flip out of bounds there with a bomb chew and completely skip moving King Zora. Now I can get into Jabu. You can jump slash that wall and kind of clip into him without opening his mouth with a fish.
Yeah, that new faster way of doing it took a while to get it found. It's kind of simple, but it took forever.
$20 donation from Jethro. Doing great, ZFG. Watching your runs always motivates me to improve my own OOT play.
So I'm going to need to set for Rosewind here to return to Jabu later on. I'm going to do Jabu in 2 parts as well. First part is just going to be after Boomerang and then a few Skulltulas, and I'll finish up the rest later. And I need that for Rosewind to warp back here quickly. Not only that, but even if I didn't want to split Jabu in 2 parts, it would still be faster to set for Rosewind there to get back there when I want to go to the boss room. Unfortunately, this dungeon is kind of slow because it's just talking to Rudo and then walking with Rudo, and then eventually you get the Boomerang and then interesting stuff happens. Wow, a red.
We have a $40 donation from Flyer Gway. Happy birthday, ZFG. When's night sky?
Eventually. Oh yeah.
Nice.
I like to make it for bomb. Dude, a bomb drop? Are you serious? I want to get that bomb drop so bad. Don't clap for that.
Just got an update on our donation total. We are at $897,919. We're so close to 900,000 and just a little bit away from that million. And we really need your guys' help to get there.
You can actually use Rudo to kill one of the stingrays before they even appear. And then just kill the rest with Deku Nut and Power Crouch Stab. Oh yeah, so I did dupe over Deku Nuts earlier, and the reason I had them back is once you get Deku Nuts again after having a duped bottle over them, they'll immediately reappear back in your inventory. And the 100% definition does require you to actually have real Deku Nuts in your inventory by the end of the game, so that is important. There are other items you can't do that for, and because of that, you can't dupe over them.
How many dungeons are in 2 pieces in this run?
Deku Tree, Dodongo's Cavern, Jabu, Fire,
Everything except water, I think.
Shadow, and Sword of Spirit.
Wow.
Alright, so normally in the run, this is where I would do the infamous Dampé digging game, where Dampé digs around the graveyard, and you hope that he digs up a heart piece. Every time he digs in a dirt patch, there's a 10% chance that he will dig up a heart piece, and there's nothing you can do to influence that 10% chance. However, there is somewhat of a safe strat you can do to guarantee that you'll get it within 15 tries. However, to do that, I need more rupees than I have right now, but since he's here, I'll try it once, maybe twice, just to try my luck. But if I don't get it within this first or second try, I'm just gonna put this off until later when I have more rupees. You can grab this heart piece from the box early by boomeranging it through the wall. Oh. Alright, one more try. Just this one, and then if this doesn't work, then we're doing Dampe later. Yeah. Alright, see ya.
We have a $10 donation from Jacob. Let's reach 1 million. And a $20 donation from Kofaze. I've had this channel streaming for 24/7 for the entire week. Thanks for gathering us all here to enjoy a week of fun games, especially for a great cause. 1 million hype. And a $40 donation from Ian. Every time a GDQ comes around, I wonder what I've been doing with my life that I'm not fighting cancer with video games. Thank you so much for putting the time in to be a part of an inspiring event for our communities in gaming.
So this run is actually routed so that you actually enter that House of Skulltula with exactly 50 gold Skulltulas, which is enough to get all 5 of the rewards. The only reward after that being the 100 reward, which is just rupees.
Nice. Kid just flies up the stairs and shows you a letter. What are you gonna do?
I really like all the Hess strats in the child section. Since there's so much overworld movement, you get to Hess everywhere.
Yeah, there's so many places where you use it. Funny because like back in the day, it was just really super sliding, and then Hess wasn't really known.
Yeah. Super sliding it's a nice form of movement because it is really fast, but being limited to a straight line just kind of limits its uses so much.
Yeah, kind of like backwalking.
And then even when ESS was first found, it was generally thought to be too hard to realistically be used consistently. But people get better, and it's actually not that bad. I remember when I first started implementing it into runs, I only had like 1 or 2 Hesses in the entire run, just the ones that like really saved the most time. And I don't have Navi, that's awesome. Probably wasted too much time in Lake Hylia. I have to do a backup strat with Cuckos.
$25 from Zach Collins. Thanks so much for the hours of entertainment and the fantastic work you're doing against cancer with PCF. You guys are the best.
This takes me back.
Alright, so I want to get into Bottom of the Well, and to do that, I activated the cutscene of the Cucko getting mad at the same time as I backflip through the water, and you can't really swim during that cutscene, so you just fall all the way to the bottom. So in Bottom of the Well, there's 3 keys you need to get, and instead of the keys actually being progressing through the dungeon, they're actually each to get a Skulltula. Each key leads to a Skulltula. But I'm only going to get 2 keys, and there's 3 Skulltulas in here, and the 3rd Skulltula, I can actually use a trick to skip a key. The other ones, though, I'm gonna have to use them.
We have an anonymous $25 donation. 1 million the dream. Hashtag believe in the heart of cause.
There's this really convenient bomb tube chest down here, and then there's also some vines here. And with vines, I can do a trick called vine clip, where I clip out of bounds by getting damaged as soon as I re-grab vines. And from that, I can swim in the invisible water below and swim over to here in the area before Dead Hand's room. And that allows me to skip lowering the water with Zelda's Lullaby. Now, the reason that water was there is all the water in this game extends infinitely downward. And in bottom of the well, there's only supposed to be shallow water. But that shallow water actually does extend all the way down as water you can swim in, and that allows you to kind of swim in that area and get to this area early. I'm going to be using that one more time also to get to the third Skulltula after I get the Lens of Truth.
Yeah, and that's true everywhere. Like even the tiny little pond you can find in the grotto.
Yeah.
If you like hack Link's position to be below the grotto, it's like a big water box extending all the way down.
I think there's only one place I've ever found that isn't true, and it's in Zora's domain as adult, and it's because like you can actually get under that area.
Wow.
Okay, so
Nice.
that's another vine clip with the Skulltula, so I can get. All right. Bring it out of bounds and clip back in bounds into this room, skipping another key. So I can grab the Skulltula, and now I can head out with Furrow's Wind. So this is the reason I set Furrow's Wind back in Jabu, because Furrow's Wind is actually the fastest way to get out of bottom of the well. Since the only other option would be a warp song or a save warp, both of those being slow. And then on this blue switch, you can do a precise roll to open the door right before it closes. You normally have to hold that switch down with an item. And you can also throw the boomerang from down here to hit that switch.
We have a $100 donation from Jmot. Unbelievable run so far by ZFG. Shoutouts from Hot Carl and the New England Smash community towards getting that million. Get hyped.
So Decanauts are actually really useful in the Baronade fight because they kill these Furies on the side of Baronade instantly. I actually don't want to waste this. So on this phase of Baronade, when Baronade goes under the ground, I want to immediately run into it and get damage because Baronade will either wait until it hits you or wait like 15 seconds. So you want to get hit as soon as possible, so that Baronade comes back up out of the ground.
We have a $10 donation from Captain Jingles. What's another $10? Come on, guys, let's get those last minute donations in. There's still time to reach that 1 million.
The only blue warp where you can't skip the cutscene afterwards because Ruto's in the way.
Theoretically, you actually can do a wrong warp from this if Ruto wasn't there, which is kind of unfortunate. Because it would always be nice to have an extra place to wrong warp from.
Yeah, I think it's a different... Yeah, so you could get new possibilities with it if it was possible.
Yeah.
$20 donation from Megu. Second donation, and I don't even like Zelda on N64. A Link to the Past is the best Zelda of all time. Go get that million for a great cause. And just as a reminder, guys, we are still figuring out what the best and worst Zeldas are. In first place right now for the best, we have A Link to the Past. Second place, Ocarina of Time. And third, Die Hard. And the worst, first place, is Wand of Gamelon. Second is Wind Waker. And third is Zelda 2. $25 from Torment. Thanks everyone, enjoyed a lot of the runs. Hope you get the million. $20 from Mads238. Thanks for a great week of entertainment, all for a good cause. $100 from Zimba8. 1 million hype. $15 from Big Red. Watching the wonderful runs at AGDQ has helped me get through some tremendously tough times this week. The least I can do is donate for a great cause. Hashtag get that million. And a $400 donation from Kevin and Bria for my grandmother, mother, and for the Alliance. You the real MVPs.
So I went to Hyrule Castle very early in the run, and normally to get to the crawl space that leads to Zelda, you have to wake up Talon, and I haven't done that yet, but I do still need to do that because if I don't do that, he won't appear at Lon Lon Ranch, and I need him to be there so I can get a bottle. So I still need to wake him up, even though I don't really need him to move the boxes. So I do need to get the egg from Milan to wake him up. And then do a few other things here at Hyrule Castle. Very conveniently, you're always forced to do 2 trips to Hyrule Castle no matter what, because one trip you need for Zelda's Lullaby, and then another trip you need to get Din's Fire in this hole over here. So it's actually really convenient that the 2 trips kind of work out this way, so that the first trip is just only Zelda's Lullaby, it's just super quick, and then the second trip, you can basically do everything all at once in like a straight loop.
$15 from Stewie. We can reach the 1 million, guys. Let's keep the donations coming. Also, Wind Waker is the best Zelda game, and the worst is Zelda 2.
Do you use Din's Fire at all?
Once, I think.
Twice.
Yeah.
Use it in Spirit.
Wait, one in Spirit Temple, what's the other one?
Oh, it's Open Shadow.
Oh, yeah, twice, okay.
We have a $700 donation from Dan's Gaming. Whoops, I must have hit the wrong button. I meant to order room service. And with that, I'm happy to announce that we are at $900,000, only $100,000 away from our goal of $1 million. So keep it coming, guys. We're so close.
So a neat trick there. When there's certain parts where two parts of the area meet. Did I just play?
Like Sun Song.
I meant to play Song of Storms. So you can actually walk on a seam between two little parts of the area there. And that allowed me to walk on the hills and get up to this area faster. And so this grotto is probably the one infamous for the infinite gold Skulltula glitch. First of all, there's actually many faster places to do it than that, but that's the one most people know it for. But anyway, so duping Skulltulas in this run, it's not technically banned. However, the definition does say you have to get all 100 Skulltulas, not just get 100 Skulltulas on your pause screen. So even if you wanted to just dupe them all, it wouldn't complete the definition. Same applies to heart pieces.
$1 donation from Zelda Nerd 7. Let's get a $1 train going. Glad to see one of my favorite games get dissected and broken. Thanks, ZFG. $100 from Talbot. Thanks all for the great runs this week, but my sleep schedule appreciates it being over. Good job, everyone. Well, we're not over yet, but thank you.
So the letter I gave to the guard back at Kakariko is what triggers the Happy Mask shop to be open. So you can actually rent the masks and start the mask quest to sell them to various NPCs around the overworld. And even though I passed the shop on my way to Hyrule Castle, if I had gotten the mask before doing Hyrule Castle and then gotten the egg from Milan, that would actually overwrite the Keaton mask, and then I wouldn't be able to sell it, and I'd kind of be stuck forever and not able to complete the game 100%. Which is why I have to do it after doing the Hyrule Castle stuff. So here in Death Mountain Crater, you're normally not supposed to exit this specific area as child. You really are supposed to just be able to get this Skulltula and nothing else. But with Infinite Sword Glitch and Bomb Hovering, you can get over the broken bridge. No damage ISG. I didn't dupe over the bottle. So you can hover up here, and then you can hest through these rocks to get into the double magic fairy fountain.
Nice.
There's actually a lot of different ways you can get through those rocks. Even just by side hopping, it works. They're surprisingly not that close to the wall, and it's fairly easy to clip through them. But hesting is the fastest method.
Similar to what Fino was talking about earlier with the bomb kind of exploding and the radius going outwards, Adult Link can put on the hover boots to kind of stunt his backflip so that you can shield the damage, but Child Link can't equip the hover boots. So you saw ZFG go across the bridge. He kind of used some alternate techniques to not backflip quite as far. He threw the first bomb, ricocheted off the post, and that pulled the, let the explosion be closer to him. And then he kind of angled himself with the choose so that his backflip wasn't a straight backflip. It was kind of angled, so it was just enough so that his shield could block that explosion.
We have a $2 donation from Anonymous. $1, I'll bop that with 2. Let's start a bop train. And a $40 donation from Soy, my final donation of the marathon, bringing me to over $150. Great job to all the runners, organizers, and announcers. Thanks for all your hard work. Best Zelda, Wind Waker. We have a $50 donation from Elo Zion. Awesome week. Good job to all the runners.
So Goran said he has some pretty neat tricks. First thing I need to do is light all these torches to make this pot start spinning. And you need to throw a bomb into the pot. And if you time it right, you get a heart piece. Some people seem to think it's random. It's not random at all. It's just all timing. And then also, there's this big Goron that rolls around the second floor. And I want to bomb him with a bomb shoe. So you have to bomb specifically in this tunnel on the second floor, or third floor, I guess. And if I don't use that bomb shoe on him, if I actually went up there normally, I'd have to wait another cycle of him going around Goron City. So that bomb shoe saves quite a bit of time.
We have a $365 donation from Beer Snobbery. It says $1 for each of ZFG's birthday this year. Also, I find Link's near-death indicator beeps really annoying, but I don't have the heart to tell him to stop.
So this is a lot of people's favorite Hess in the run.
The rocks.
Very fast. Because you're going so fast, you can clip through all these rocks.
It's like the end of Ice Cavern where you just go through all the red ice and stuff.
$400 from JRTA. Had to donate one last time for the great blindfold run and now the amazing execution in ZFG's 100%. Thanks for another great AGDQ.
So that letter from King Zora, or letter to King Zora, I never actually gave it to King Zora. So the only way I can get rid of it is by duping over it with another bottle. And here's the first sale of a Happy Mask.
$3 from Peter. Bop train accepted. Here's $3. And $100 from Super Genius. Glad to see AGDQ doing so well. We're almost to 1 million. P.S. Get bopped, $3 donator. Bop it, twist it, pass it.
So now that I've beaten the first 3 child dungeons, it triggers this cutscene where Ganon is running out of the castle, and I can get the Ocarina of Time after this.
$50 from Element of Smash. Another excellent week of running complete. Here's to doing again in summer. $20 from Matthew. This is for the AGDQ team posting all the runs on YouTube. I would have missed too many great moments otherwise. Thank you. $20 from Tipo. Thank you guys for giving gamers a good name. Hope you guys reach the million. Another $20 from Lazy River. Thanks for the great entertainment this week. I can't wait to go back and check out all the great runs I missed. $50 from Ryken. Awesome runs, everyone. Thanks for the fantastic week of gaming. Let's get that million. $20 from Two Seer. It's dangerous to go alone. Take my money. Great job to everyone, and I look forward to seeing more of the same at SGDQ.
So even though the Ocarina of Time is in the water right now, I'm actually going to not get it and go get the Skull Mask first, and then I'm going to exit, mark it again, and then get it then, because it actually saves a whopping 1 second to get it after this.
The skull mask is interesting because if you wear it, geese do not attack you. And it's just kind of random.
Yeah, all the masks have like a little small special thing they do. The bunny hood actually prevents stealth children from spawning in Hyrule Field, which is actually going to be a little bit useful later on when I go to sell the bunny hood. Nice.
Just as an update, I just got that we're at $902,000. So we're getting there very slowly, but surely, and I think we can do it, guys. Just push this last little bit for $1 million. An anonymous $50 donation. AGDQ is awesome. Thanks, everyone. Anonymous $5 donation. Thanks to all you speedrunners for doing this event and for donating your time to it. Twitch chat, come on and keep that donation tray going. Bop it, twist it, pull it.
Now I've got to clean up some stuff at Longmont Ranch. First thing I'm going to do is the Cucko minigame with Talon in here. So for this minigame, he throws 3 Cuccos into a bunch of, a group of a bunch of other regular Cuccos. You gotta pick up the special ones, and they all fly to the same initial position. So you can kind of, it's not too hard to figure out where they're supposed to be, but you can only see one of them generally. You can actually do some camera manipulation strats to see where the other ones have gone, but they're generally not too hard to find anyway. and then one near the door.
$20 donation from Link's Boots. He says, yeah.
Another little giveaway in that minigame is if you already picked up a Coco, it's got a green arrow over it. Because you can like target it from a distance. But you can't do that until you pick it up. That's like one way of telling if you've already picked one up or not.
Ooh, that was nice.
Oh. That was nice.
Suddenly Link.
That's what I get for trying to go too fast.
$10 from Angel, donating $10 to try to get to that million. Keep reaching, guys. $46.35 from Carlitos. Here's to another great AGDQ and a great year of speedrunning to follow.
So in the night version of Long Ranch, there's actually a pretty neat trick here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to roll over here and throw a bomb in a seemingly random place, but it actually has a use. If you heard that, it just actually killed 2 Skulltulas. And the reason for that is at the coordinates 0, 0, 0 on any map, the XYZ coordinates, the game stores unloaded enemy data, such as Skulltulas that are off screen. And by bombing those coordinates, it actually kills them instantly, which is why that token was there, because that Skulltula was already killed. And then there's going to be one on the far side of Long Ranch that's also already going to be killed. Unfortunately, this one right here did not get killed because it was too close. I was already so close to it that it was loaded. But this one over here is already dead.
$50 from Double XDS. I've donated every year, can't break the streak now. I have to help reach that million. Thanks, everyone. $6 from Zero. Well, I suppose I'll skip that Taco Bell run tonight. Bop it, twist it, pull it.
So here's another really convenient use for Warp Song. Getting them as adult before doing all this stuff as child. With the Minuet, I can warp directly to Sacred Forest Meadow, and as soon as I'm here, it triggers the Saria song cutscene. Unfortunately, this cutscene isn't skippable because you don't get the song as soon as you start the cutscene. You actually get it in the middle of the cutscene, unlike most of the others, because of a certain text box where you have to choose an option. But it is very convenient that I can just warp directly into this cutscene and avoid having to go through the Sacred Forest Meadow maze.
$50.50 from James R. Happy New Year, AGDQ.
What? Thanks.
$50 from Jay Natch. Hey guys, second time donating this GDQ. Big fan of ZFG and massively inspired by you guys.
Now you can just climb over this entire maze and go to Lost Woods. Start getting some stuff from there. As soon as I enter the Lost Woods, there's going to be an owl that wants to talk to me, but I can avoid him with a Hess. His trigger is actually just barely extends past where you initially walk in from. Like if I actually have to hold down to avoid talking to him when I enter the area. So the Skull Mask is used in this grotto right here. This is the forest stage. You put on a mask for these Deku Scrubs, and they might give you something with the Skull Mask. They end up giving you a Deku Stick upgrade to let you hold more Deku Sticks.
$50 from Twisty Maze. I'm making this donation while blindfolded. I hope I got the decimal point in the right spot. And $200 from Chronos FH. Here's another donation in the hopes to get 1 million. Thanks again for another awesome marathon with a lot of great games played. $20 from Steven Zero. I was gonna get some pizza, but I figured PFC should have it instead. Let's get 1 million, people.
Alright, so here is the absolute worst part of the run, and the most boring minigame in any Zelda game. Feel free to get a drink or something.
They're stealing your Scarecrow song.
Oh my god.
I don't like this game. Hello.
Killing me, ZFG.
I don't like this game. Yeah. That was exciting. Thanks, Desiree.
And we have a $100 donation from Winning Ways. Been watching Speed Demos Archive for over 10 years now. Great community, great cause. $42.00 from Anonymous. Worked a couple extra hours this week. Take it and know that you all rock my socks off. Much love. Get some wonderful sleep when this is all over. $100 from Biff7171. OMG, best Zelda game ever.
So what I noticed when I drop the bugs in the holes, I kind of delay grabbing them immediately. I actually want to make sure that the one closest to the center digs in first. And also that they dig in at all, because sometimes they don't. And that kind of sucks. Also, there's an interesting trick here. So I'm going to play Sun Song, and this is going to warp me back to the beginning of Sacred Forest Meadow, or beginning of Lost Woods near Sacred Forest Meadow. And there's an owl that still wants to talk to me, but by targeting this bomb shoe, the owl can't actually talk to you while you're targeting something. So I just throw a random shoe down, target it, and he can't talk to me, and I can get out of there.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool trick.
$200 from Pork. Every last one of you is amazing. I'm more than happy to give this money to a great cause. Please keep doing what you're doing.
So now it's time to make a repeat trip to Decatry, finish getting the items I didn't get on the first trip. There's some cool strats found in here recently.
Shut up, Sonic.
That first bomb shoe I sent killed that Skulltula on the wall there, and I just grabbed both tokens at the same time.
Oh, cool. That was awesome.
$25 anonymous donation. My grandpa passed away last year from cancer, just a little while after my first AGDQ. I remember the push past 1 million, and this is going towards that goal.
Alright, so now I just need to finish up the mask quest. I'm gonna go get the spooky mask, sell that, and get the bunny hood after that.
All right, guys, we're up to a 905,000. So make sure you keep getting those donations in. We really want to push for the million.
This is another place where Nocturne of Shadow really saves a ton of time. Since you can head to the graveyard so quickly just to sell this one mask. In older routes, we actually used to try to do Dampe and selling the spooky mask at the same time, which we thought was really optimal since they're both in like the same area. But it actually is not that optimal because of the time of day. And it's better to like do Dampe at night and then do all of Kakariko at night and then just make a single trip during day to sell to this guy.
$80 from T-Guy. I'm contributing! It was in all caps. $50 from Curly. Let's crack that $1 million mark.
So as I mentioned earlier, the bunny hood actually has a neat property where it prevents stealth children from spawning in Hyrule Field at night, and this is going to be pretty helpful because I'm going to try to do a Hess across a large portion of Hyrule Field, and stealth children can really be annoying here. Also, this Hess is neat because the floppy ears. So we need to bomb this hole and grab the heart piece outside of here, or in here. And as soon as I leave here, the guy you need to sell the bunny hood to, the running man, he runs around Hyrule Field. And getting him in a certain position to sell it can be kind of difficult. But if you leave this grotto at night, he's always going to be right outside, right near the tree. So it's a really easy and convenient way to sell this guy, the bunny hood.
$50 from Sizzix. This donation goes out to my Uncle Ollie, who lost his fight to a brain tumor in October.
Nice timing.
$10 from Tom Hullett. I already donated this year and we've got a baby on the way, so there's not a lot to go around, but I have to see us reach the 1 million. Come on, everyone, let's kickstart that cure.
There's a neat trick you can use here to get down to this area just by jump slashing that little platform. It looks really risky, but you should pretty much always make it, and it saves a few seconds over going there with the Cucco.
$20 from Anonymous. Felt obligated to contribute something. Thanks for the entertaining week and looking forward to SGDQ. Another $20 from Isar G-Man. Epic, simply epic. I'm loving every minute of this Zelda block.
Oh wait, I need to go do Dampe now.
$20 from Ethan. Let's break that 1 million. We can get there.
Alright, so normally I would do Dampe earlier in the run, but I'm going to do a safe strat where Dampe will never be more than 15 tries. Hopefully it shouldn't be that bad anyway, but the normal strat you do is you enter and exit a single grave over and over because he reappears close to the closest dirt patch. But if you just go around the graveyard, he will eventually always get a heart piece by the 15th try, but that requires a bit more rupees because you can't abuse the rupee under the grave as much. Alright, so the journey begins.
$100 from Jono. Lunk forever. Here's to 1 million. $1 from Ian8. If everyone in chat donates $1, we'll reach 1 million. This means you.
Alright, that's not bad.
Nice. Yeah, 5th try.
5th try, yeah.
Not bad.
Could have been much worse. Could have been 79. Shout out to Tokyo Boy.
$50 from Lucas Farland. Second donation. Absolutely love the cause and think we need to hit that 1 million. I think so too.
So now that I've sold all the masks, I'm going to get the Mask of Truth from the Happy Mask Salesman. And this is going to be used to get another Deku Nut upgrade from the forest stage back in Lost Woods. So now I need to clean up market stuff, do some mini games, and grab some upgrades.
$10 from Kraken. I've been watching GDQ for several years now. Loved it every time. Keep up the great work and let's get to 1 million.
Ooh, nice. So for Bombchu Bowling, the item you start with is random, and I actually got the best starting item, so that's pretty nice. But after the first item, it goes in a certain pattern. And for the actual bowling itself, there's a strat I can do to very easily hit the second and third things. I don't know what to call them. So like you get hit while lined up with the wall, and it moves your angle to the left a very specific amount, and you can just run the chew up the wall by standing on near the left side of the wall, and it'll always enter at least the left and right portions of the second one, and always the third one easily. If you do get the... What?
You're playing for bombs.
I'm playing for bombs. I do this all the time. I like forget that...
There you go.
Please don't hit the thing. Okay. No, oh my god.
Triple bullseye. Having the biggest bomb bag is kind of nice. Being able to use 40 bombs however you see fit.
Yeah. And another good thing about it is you actually get it right when your bomb count is getting very low. So it's a nice complete refill on bombs. Now the last little mini game to play here is the chess game. You can pretty easily cheat here with just the Lens of Truth. You're supposed to just choose a random chess, but Lens of Truth is nice.
We have a $20 donation from The Hand. He says, there once was a fan from NM whose last $100 he'd already spent, but with ZFG hype and $1 million in sight, so there's another 20 he decided to send. $50 donation from Anonymous. Evening, everyone. I've been watching AGDQ since 2013, and every year it's been great. Shoutouts to all the people working hard to make this event possible. $2 from Thrice X. I wasn't going to donate, but we have to reach the million, so here's my $1 plus another to bust the million. Every little bit counts, guys, and we really appreciate you guys sending this all in.
Alright, so the child section is almost over. Just a little bit more stuff I need to do in the forest and then Zora's River. And then I can head back to adult and finish up the game, just do a few more dungeons. There's a neat little strat here to throw the boomerang and have it come back and get the Skulltula up through the house and through the ground. Now I just need to head through the Lost Woods and get back to the forest stage so I can get the Decanut upgrade. So actually, there's a big misconception about this Decanut upgrade with the Massive Truth. A lot of people, if you've ever tried to 100% this game, you might have heard of the missable Decanut upgrade, specifically, which is this one, where you can't get this upgrade. The misconception is that you can't get this upgrade if you've already become adult. Obviously, that's not true because I'm getting this upgrade right now. What actually causes this to be missable is if you get the Poacher's Saw, which is part of the big orange sword trading quest that I actually skipped. And so if you get the Poacher's Saw, it actually sets off this flag that it's not supposed to, which prevents you from getting that Decanut upgrade. But in this run, thankfully, it's not a problem.
Yeah, it's a silly little oversight, and I believe it's the only way of making it so you cannot get 100%, at least through natural gameplay.
If you include glitches in that.
Yeah, you could just glitch your game really bad.
I think if you don't get Dampe's heart piece and you leave the area, you can't get that heart piece
Yeah,
again.
I've heard of. I've never actually tested that myself to see if it's true, but yeah, I have heard that.
Yeah, that's right. OT3D has some funny patches.
Where am I going? Dude? I'm just gonna do the old strat.
Ooh, old school. I like it.
I don't know how to set up this old strat. I haven't done it in like 6 months.
$50 from Miro. Love what you guys are doing for such a good cause. Let's get to that 1 million, everyone. $75 from About a Jerk. Was watching ZFG's 2014 run earlier. Huge thanks to everyone at AGDQ for another fantastic event. $500 from Aremium26 with no donation comment. Thank you.
That's the hardest jump in the game.
The wall is strong.
Oh my god. You have to play all the Grey Note songs for these frogs to get a heart piece, and then another minigame with them after that for another heart piece. This is the reason. This is the reason why Zora's River has to be put off all the way until the end of Child 2, so that you have all the songs for this.
$50 from Rage Quit. The best thing about January? AGDQ. The best game in the series? Ocarina of Time. $100 from Prototype 27. Thanks for a great week of amazing runs. $10 from Rico. As someone said, if everyone watching would donate a single dollar, we'd reach that million fast. And that isn't going as fast, but teamwork is what this is all about, so how about 10?
So I need to buy a magic bean from this guy, just to have a magic bean in my inventory because it is required for 100%. You're not required to actually buy all the beans or plant all the beans. However, that one bean will be useful. I'll be planting it at Spear Temple. And it's going to save some time later on. So here, there's an owl right in here that wants to talk to me. I don't want to talk to him. And I also need to get the Skulltula. So what I did there was I got Infinite Sword Glitch and Ground Jump off the same bomb. Ground Jump prevents the owl talking to me, and Infinite Sword Glitch allows me to kill the Skulltula. And I can normally, with Ground Jump stored, you can't actually use your sword. So the Infinite Sword Glitch is the only way I have to actually kill that Skulltula with the with the Ground Jump stored to avoid the owl. No lever slide.
$50 from Born Slippy. Greetings from Norway/Costa Rica. Thank you to everyone making this fantastic marathon possible. $5 from Anonymous. All I can give, but I have to give for the cause. By the way, Twilight Princess is the best Zelda. $15 from Anonymous. Had to donate during the best run of the marathon. Also, let's reach that million.
Alright, so that's it for the child section. It's time to become adult again. And the door of time is still closed, but it's still just faster to keep skipping it than actually opening it. Yeah.
Click door time skips. No pause buffer.
Alright, so once again, still need to get past the door time. But Big One Sword is nice unless we get through there pretty quickly, along with hover boots. So the first thing I'm going to do as adult is go get a Pona. And I need to start collecting the Poes around Hyrule Field to get the 4th bottle. There's 10 Poes scattered around, 10 big Poes scattered around Hyrule Field that you need to collect and sell them to the Poe collector in the market alley, the guy right in that door. And you can catch the Poes without a Pona, but it's RNG based and much harder and slower. So Epona is good for that. Not only that, but Epona is needed for another upgrade later on. I'm gonna go and need to get Epona. And to get Epona, instead of actually racing Ingo, what I can do is go over to this fence and do a hover. And get over to the loading zone. And as soon as you get over the loading zone, you get Epona. And so the game thinks you can only get to that loading zone if you already have Epona. Or if you're on Epona. So now I need to start collecting Poes.
$10 from Jack of Knaves. Here's to 1 million. Let's get it. $15 from Verilicify. Had to donate again to help push the 1 million. Let's get some hype from the couch. $150 from 10A. One step closer to the million. Shoutouts to Wasteland.
Comfy. Poor Epona.
Oh yeah, and so I'm sure someone is wondering, passing is faster than Epona. which is why I ditched Epona there.
I just thought that guy was kind of nice, selling you a heart piece for 10 rupees.
Yeah, dirt cheap.
Can't beat that.
I kind of messed up the day and night cycle here, but I think I might be able to sort of salvage it by doing this. Oh, so back when I finished Water Temple, I did the cutscene skip. Because I did that cutscene skip, the water in Lake Hylian never actually fills, because it actually fills in that cutscene, which is why the lake is still empty. So that makes going around Lake Hylia a little bit weird for this section. And also, I had to shoot the sun to get the fire arrows, but not actually get them yet, because obviously I can't swim over there. So what I'm gonna do is get the Scarecrow song, and use the Scarecrow song to get over there. And while I'm getting the Scarecrow song, I'm also gonna get another heart piece on the lab here. Also gonna try to farm for some bombs. I really want to have 40 bombs here. If I can get 40 bombs, I'll be set for the rest of the run. On a good start. Alright, that's not bad.
Yeah, not bad.
I just...
Hey, at least you caught it and didn't warp.
I can see how that would happen though. The first 3 notes.
Where's the Squay? You need to kill the Squay or he will knock you off the ladder.
Yeah.
I think like I've only ever done it once where he didn't knock me off, and that was not with going fast. If you go fast, he will always knock you off. So now I got all that stuff, I need to head back here and grab this guy. Grab the fire arrows.
$250 from Super Science. I've been watching the GDQs for the past few years and it never fails to amaze me the amount of time and effort that everyone puts into to make this possible. Here's for more GDQ marathons in the future.
So now it's time to actually finish up Shadow Temple, which is actually a pretty neat dungeon. It's got some neat tricks in it.
Yeah, I like Shadow.
It's also pretty difficult though, but I've been pretty good at it lately. Hopefully, maybe. So even though I did skip this door way earlier on in the run, for the second trip it is fastest just to open the door.
Yeah, you'd have to hover up otherwise, then side hop down and then hit the trigger again.
So first thing in Shadow Temple is this Truth Spinner, which actually gave me the worst RNG. That's cool. So when you enter the temple, one of these, well actually only one of 3 of these poles is chosen. There's 5 poles, but the first one on either side is never the correct one. And you have to spin this to the correct one. If you don't have the Lens of Truth, you can just guess, but since I have the Lens of Truth, might as well check the real one. And getting the back one there is the worst luck, but it's only a few seconds.
$300 from Den, donating for a hype million. We can do it.
So we need to bomb this wall for later on. Now in this room, there's a big silver rupee puzzle to open a gate to get a key, but I can do a weird shot. Just shoot under the ground directly to the chest.
Nice.
Completely skipping the puzzle. And I'll need to set for Rosewind here to skip some backtracking later on.
$50 from Anonymous. Thanks to everyone for doing all this hard work. As a cancer survivor myself, I truly appreciate it. $10 from Haircut, donating for me and 9 other people so we could reach the million. Another $10 from Coley, one more $10 to help reach the million.
So this room has a pretty difficult test, but it saves a lot of time if I can get it correctly. I'm trying to Hess all the way to a certain room in this next room. Alright. And that, use that huge speed to get over there. You can use that speed to cross that huge gap there and get directly to the door to this room, which has a Skulltula in it. And to get the Skulltula, I want to use a spike light to clip through the wall. And it needs to look too far away. This.
Lots of one-way iron bars in this place.
Yeah. A lot of stuff in this game is only solid from one direction, since you're only supposed to be able to even hit that thing from one direction, so there's no reason to program collision on both sides, I guess. Another gate clip here. With a precise Bigorn sword stab. That bomb pod is guaranteed. Another really nice one to have. You can backflip on the top of these falling spike things, or you can backflip and have them fall on you, and then if you're on the edge of it, you get pushed upwards through it.
$150 from DIO. Thank you all for the great AGDQ. Here comes my last 150.
There's some invisible platforms here. I used 2 quick spins to time this moving platform here, so I should be able to jump on it and grab it.
Nice.
And then there's also some invisible hookshot targets here, but I have some visual cues to know exactly where it is without having to use Lens of Truth. And then you use a bomb chew to blow up this pot, which you normally need to throw a bomb in. A little bit faster. And now I'm going to warp back with Rosewind. So now there's this room down here. There's this cage in front of this boat, and you're only kind of stuck in this cage. There's nothing you can do, but you can clip through the cage with a jump slash and get to this boat very early. And then from this boat, I can grab this one Skulltula and then begin riding the boat.
We have a $100 anonymous donation with no comment. Thank you so much. And another $70 from Meguka. One more time, reaching that million is like fighting against cancer. Keep faith and fight.
So if you're on the edge of this boat, you can actually skip the trigger for the second Stalfos to spawn. And I like to jump off the boat.
That's cute.
$456.78 from Fish Fox. This was a great GDQ. Looking forward to seeing everyone next time. $50 from Nicholas. A final donation for the Triforce of Courage. You are all heroes in the fight against cancer. Keep it up and let's break 1 million.
So now to cross this great gap, I'm just going to use a super slide instead of shooting down the bird statue. And then the next room after this is the room before the boss. Now, once again, I didn't get the boss key, but that's of course not a problem. This one's a bit more difficult than the other ones, though.
This is the new fancy stuff.
Yeah.
I like the new fancy stuff.
It involves a very precise ledge clip and a bomb damage boost. Might be late. Yep, that's late. Alright, so I'm gonna ledge clip here, the bomb's gonna boost me through. And then the bongo fight is also pretty fast. So what happened with that bongo fight is I dropped a bomb and it actually stunned Bongo while he wasn't fully loaded, and that also disables the cutscene that happens when you fall into the hole. So I stunned him, disabled the cutscene, fell in the hole, was able to start hitting his big unloaded hitbox, and just killed him really quick with a big Warren sword.
Like the fastest boss fight in the game, not even a cutscene. Or the, you know, the intro cutscene.
And that's Shadow Temple.
So no cutscene skip there because ZFG has like a ton of hearts and it would take forever to take all that damage to die to skip the cutscene.
If you could somehow move Shadow and or Spirit Temple earlier on in the run, it might be more feasible, but there's just no good way to do those either. It's kind of there's just no good situation besides just watching the cutscene, unfortunately.
We have a $123.45 donation from Anonymous. He says, this is the same combination on my luggage. A $40 donation from Connor Duffy. I make this donation in memory of my grandma who died from cancer last year. I'm impressed by SDA's dedication and talent at speedrunning. Keep it up. 1 million hype. $50 donation from Tom. Longtime viewer, it's been an amazing week. Already looking forward to the future events. Many thanks to the runners, the audience, and everyone who helped make this event rock.
Now I need to deposit the first 3 posts, and I'm going to be collecting another 3 on the way to Gerudo Valley.
$50 donation from Thomas. This donation goes out to my best friend David, being the bravest human being I know through his mother's chemo. He is my hero. Another $50 from Matrix. Thank you all for the week of entertainment. Here's mine towards the 1 million. Thank you all. Already can't wait for next year's AGDQ.
So I did a seemingly random hammer swing there, and the reason I did that is there's actually going to be a rock that you need to break with a hammer. I'm going to be breaking a little bit later, and it's actually faster to use a power crouch stab to grab it, or to break it, and by swinging the hammer I can store my hammer power as the power crouch stab, and then even when I do a power crouch stab with my sword, it actually will have the power of the hammer and actually break the rock just a little bit faster.
$25 from Shakal. This is to help support a great cause. Thanks for an amazing week of streaming goodness. $16 from Patrick G. Great job, everyone. Keep up the good work.
So here's the rock I mentioned. Really fast to just break it with the sword. Not only that, but the hammer also opens the grotto, and because I have the hammer power stored in my power crouch stab, the sword can open the grotto as well.
Yeah, it's pretty funny looking. You just stab the floor and the grotto opens.
Multiple hitboxes can be pretty bad. There's 2 gold skulltulas you need to grab here in Gerudo Valley before heading to the fortress. And since I have fire arrows already equipped, I kind of want to use them to kill the skulltulas because they do travel to the skulltulas faster than the long shot would. So it kills them slightly faster. And hopefully I can make it to the fortress before daytime. Yeah, I should make it. Alright, I want to make it by night because there's still 1 skulltula here in Gerudo Fortress that I want to get at night as well, and I'd like to not use another Sun Song.
$75 donation from Lenart. This is my 4th year of donating. Thank you all, and we are all awesome.
So, Deku Nuts and ISG combined work really well on these guards.
Deku Nuts are often underrated by a
Yeah.
lot of people who play Zelda.
Yeah, they actually have quite a few interesting uses.
We have a $25 donation from Void Forever, donating in the name of my cousin Paula, who's currently having a very rough battle with cancer. Never give up, never surrender. Cancer smashing hype. We have a $50 donation from Thomas165. Been watching GDQ since 2012. You guys are doing an awesome job. Bro hugs from Paris, 1 million hype. Also, thank you for saving those poor animals. We have a $57.30 donation from DDR Nick. Great runs. You guys have really entertained us this week.
The jump.
So interesting little thing about this chest, if you actually come here as child and open that chest, it actually has an odd mushroom in it. Which is really weird because you're not supposed to be able to get here as child anyway. And it's kind of weird that it just happens to have an odd mushroom in it. There's also an extra heart piece above the jail as a child.
Yeah, it's weird what you can do with the odd mushroom chest. Like, you can kind of do some bottle shenanigans to end up getting it on one of your C buttons as Child Link, and then if you get a bottle on your B button, you can do some crazy stuff with that that, like, people didn't even realize was possible for a while. A lot of weird stuff you can do in this game.
So a lot of people know about, there's this little Easter egg with this Gerudo where she wears the same tunic color as the color you're wearing, but it actually does something a little bit different. Yeah, it also is the same color as bombs sometimes. Just something that I wanted to show off. Now I need to go play the Gerudo archery game. You get the heart piece and the quiver. And one last Skulltula, and then I'll be out of here.
We have a $20 donation from Gareth. Sadly missed most of AGDQ this year due to work and other commitments. However, I am glad that I have caught this last run. Thanks to everyone who could make this all happen. $23.64 from Anonymous. Y'all did well. I had a great time watching this week. Thanks so much. Let's make it to 1 million.
Nice aim.
Now there's just one last Skulltula all the way on the other side of the archery range.
Our total is up to 912,000, so thank you guys so much for these donations and keep them coming. We're so close.
Alright, time for Spirit Temple. This place also has a lot of really neat and interesting tricks. I missed both leader slides. Sad. Alright, so first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to the child side as adult. There's normally two sections of this temple, a child section and adult section. But I'm not doing any sections as child, obviously. So to get to the child section, I need to clip out of bounds with that super slide and then clip back in bounds like this. So now I'm in an area that adult link is not supposed to be in. Is that a bomb drop? Yes. I can come grab the Skulltula over here and a key. And another weird thing about being here as an adult is when you grab this, you kind of glitch under the floor and then climb back up. Which is actually really convenient because it lets you skip a few rooms, get to this key really fast. And I'll need that key for another Skulltula. So now I'm going to exit Spirit Temple, And I'm gonna send a Chew directly forward from the stairs here. And just like in Lon Lon Ranch, how I bombed the 00Q0 coordinates. If you heard that, that was the same thing. I just bombed this Skulltula, which is gonna be on the bean plant right here. It's gonna ride up to the rock with me. Grab this heart piece, which should be my last. Yep, that's all the heart pieces, just the heart container from Supernova left. Now I'm going to do a super slide over to the big statue and land on the statue with a jump slash. And then from here I can long shot up to the Silver Gauntlets chest and then enter the child side from up here so I can grab another Skulltula.
And we have a $50 donation from Arvane. Second year donating for me. How could I not donate when such a great game is played for such a great cause? You guys are amazing. Keep it up. 1 million hype.
So you can skip this Iron Knuckle fight by jumping on the throne and then jump slashing the wall, and you just clip straight through it. And then you need a super slide from this hand to the other hand. And this hand has the mirror shield. Also, so I did just bypass the Silver Gauntlets chest completely. And the reason is, again, this category, the requirements are the highest upgrades. And because of that, you're allowed to skip any lower upgrades if you end up getting the highest upgrade anyway. So because I'm getting gold gauntlets later, there's no reason to get silver gauntlets because they're just going to be gone by the end anyway.
You can also skip the Gorm bracelet too.
Yeah. So I'm kind of okay on bombs, but I would like one more just to be safe. And try to get a bomb drop from these guys. Alright, I did see one, I think. Yeah, alright. Ooh, 3.
Ooh.
That's way more than enough. I can do everything with this.
Nice.
We have $25 from Rob himself. Enjoying the run so far, but it needs more Wonder Shot. Come on, guys, we can still do this.
So the trick I'm doing right here, I'm going to open this door as soon as this bomb hits the switch. And what this did is it tried to load, partially load the next room and also partially unload the current room. And it unloaded a few objects in that room, mainly the big mirror that lowers down into this room. So that got completely unloaded and allowed me to just jump down straight into the main room here. Now I do need to get back up, so I will set for Rosewind here. But I'll need to go back in the next room, or into the next room to grab one more gold Skulltula.
The route through Spirit might be the most interesting dungeon route if you think about it.
Yeah, it's really all over the place. Like, it's not linear at all. It just kind of does whatever it's fast as.
Alright, so here is the boss key skip. It's sort of
Another new one.
Yeah, this one is. It's like 3 frame perfect tricks in a row, so it's quite difficult.
So what I want to do is super slide on that very small piece of out of bounds area that I can stand on. All right. So with that super slide, I could just fall directly into the boss loading zone. Again, skipping the boss key.
Such a tiny area to do a super slide.
Yeah, that trick used to be considered way too hard for runs until a few people actually tried to really optimize it and make it easier and realistic for speedruns. It is still a pretty difficult trick, but it's far more doable than it used to be. Now for this Iron Knuckle fight, there's an interesting strategy here. I'm gonna try to get him down to very low health, but not kill him. Right now he's at enough health so that, he's at enough health so that a single bomb will kill him. So I'm gonna lure him over to this corner. He's gonna attack. I'm gonna drop a bomb and hookshot clip out of bounds and kill him with the bomb. So by doing this, I void out during the cutscene, and it just completely skips the cutscene, so I can go straight to Twin Roma.
We have a $10 donation from Morpheus. Is ZFG clipping through every wall in existence? Can anything stop this man? We have a $50 donation from Anonymous and a $51 donation from Dopefish Justin, both with no comment. Thank you.
So I'm going to use the hook shot to try to make one of them stand in place while the other one starts charging. It just makes it easier to shoot him. That was actually a decent first phase. It usually goes much worse than that. They can do some really dumb movements and just ruin your time.
Second phase is more consistent.
Yeah, for sure. So for the second phase, I do still want to use the hook shot. But this time, it is to still make her spin, but making her spin actually makes her move to the next platform faster. It actually saves time here. Also, while she's at full health, all of her beams will always be 3 in a row, so they'll never be alternating until she goes to low health.
We have a $50 donation from Yax. Great marathon for a great cause. Keep up the good work. Another $50 donation from Libridge with no comment. Thank you.
The fire effect in the Twin Rova fight is pretty cool on N64. I think when they ported it to Virtual Console and GameCube, they I don't know, something with that effect just doesn't look the same.
Yeah, it looks so good on N64. Alright, so this heart container is gonna be my last heart.
20.
20.
Ooh, yeah. So again, same deal as Shadow Temple with having too many hearts to reliably do a cutscene skip that'll actually be faster. So just gotta watch the cutscene.
Yeah, this one's not too long anyway, so.
Yeah, I think it's one of the shortest, if not the shortest, of the medallion cutscenes.
We have $100 from Irregular Programming. I donated earlier in the event, but now I have to donate again. The Ocarina of Time run during last AGDQ was the reason I got into speedrunning.
There's still one last item I need to get here, Neighbor's Love from the Fairy Fountain. Wow, that angle was awful anyway. I forgot what to do for a minute.
We have a $150 donation from GeoTim90. This marathon is too good not to donate. Thank you all for making this possible. Keep up the great work, and of course, Ocarina of Time is the best Zelda game. Why else would anyone run it for so many hours?
Alright, so now it's time for the longest cutscene in the game, so enjoy donations.
Light arrow hype.
All right, we have a $20 donation from Del Torres. This donation goes to the 1 million hype. We have a $15 donation from Zilly. Great event, thank you. We have a $22.22 donation from Felixy. One donation at the beginning of an awesome week with awesome games and awesome runners for an awesome cause. Now one final donation at the end for the most awesome game to speedrun. How much more awesome can we get? And we have a $10 donation from Aaron. This is one of those rare cartridges where you play as Kitty Pryde instead of Link. Keep up the great work. $15 from Jordan17. It's been amazing watching my childhood games get destroyed. Can't wait for the next AGDQ. We have a $50 donation from Timothy. 1 million hype. Let's go crazy. We have a $20 donation from Triple Jan. Hey guys, AGDQ is one of my favorite events of the year, and thanks for the awesome runs all week. Here's to hitting 1 million. We have $30 from Sky D. I'm donating late, so I'll keep it short. Cancer is the worst, and you guys are the best. See you next time. We have a $15 donation. Oh my goodness. We have a $15 donation from PSP Grotto. Watched many streams in the past, but unfortunately missed most of this one. Glad I could watch OOT. We have $15 donation from Peter. Thank you for an amazing event. Here's my 6th and final donation. Gotta get them sweet, sweet prizes. $1 Million Hype. We have a $15 donation from Zam Shadow. Been watching all GDQ events from the past 5 years. Sad I've missed so many great runs in the time due to work. Shout out to the team keeping this amazing event running. We have a $50 donation from Joe. Thanks for the great run, guys. $20 donations from Arion. Put this money towards Oxwas and Tofu as the cutest couple. This cutscene still goes on for a few more minutes, so if you get your donations in now, I'll be able to read them. $10 from Faker. Hello, shout out from Korea. We have a $20 donation from Valistrom. Hey, listen, thank you all for an awesome week, everyone. You've done such a great job for such a great cause. $20 from James220, donating again because Zelda got me interested in speedruns in the first place. Once again, everyone involved at AGDQ is incredible. Wind Waker for the best Zelda. We have a $25 donation from Andres. Great marathon, going to have to spend a little while longer watching the VODs because of school. Can't wait for SGDQ and AGDQ next year. $25 donation from Anonymous. Let's break that million, everyone. It's time to pierce the heavens with our drill. $250 donation from Jason Scott. Hey, it's Jason Scott who put all the DOS games and arcade games on the Internet Archive. It's treating these old games with respect that makes us do our job, and cancer has been the end boss to way too many times. We have a $50 donation from Crimson Knight Gaming. Gotta keep donating to hit that million. Love your work, guys. Been watching for years. Keep up the great work for all the years to come. My heart goes out to all the people who have been affected by cancer.
So this is the last pose section. I still have 4 pose left. Now, because there's 10 pose and I can only use 3 bottles for getting all of them, there's always going to be 1 remainder left over. So this is the 1 pose that I get by itself, the one closest to the market, so that I can just grab this pose and immediately run back in the market, sell it, and then run back out and get the last 3.
$20 donation from Cute Muzzle. Thank you everyone for such a great event. We have a $10 donation from Luke. ZFG makes Speedy Gonzalez look like regular Gonzalez. We have a $10 donation from Hot Ham and Cheese. Great event. Glad to see that so much has been raised. Can we get even more? I hope so.
And this should be the final pose. Now there's 2 more Skulltulas I need. One is in the grotto right under this tree. And the last one should be at Ganon's castle.
Just as a reminder, guys, all the money that we're raising is for the Prevent Cancer Foundation. The Prevent Cancer Foundation is a nonprofit organization that focuses on prevention and early detection of cancer via research, education, outreach, and advocacy. We have a $50 donation from Madocat. Thanks for another amazing marathon this week. 100,000 viewers? Don't hesitate. There's no time left. Throw in $1 to $5 and $1 million will be reached easy.
So after giving him these last 3 pose, he gives me the final bottle.
We have a $30 donation from T3R-, 4th and final donation. Here's to Ocarina of Time, the runners, 1 million, and everyone else who donated. Wind Waker is number 1.
So now I need to go to the final fairy fountain to get the double defense upgrade. So I'm going to Hest there, obviously for movement, but also I can use this Hest to clip in. Normally you're supposed to get the gold gauntlets. And pick up that big stone rock, but you can clip in with a Hest and hover boots. I will be getting gold gauntlets, and they'll actually be the very last item I get. But it's faster to get this without gold gauntlets, obviously.
This upgrade makes you like so invincible.
Yeah, if you die with 20 hearts and double defense, you're probably not that good at this game.
You know, it's funny, you can get more than 20 hearts, and if you get the double defense upgrade, only the first 20 hearts have the outline, but the other hearts still have double defense. Yeah, if you get more than 20 hearts, it just continues the second row.
Yeah, it just continues all the way across the screen and eventually loops around. And has some interesting effects on your pause or your file select screen as well. You have like random hearts popping out all over the place.
Yeah, it's like they take hearts and put them where the stones and medallions should be, I think. Looks really weird.
We have a $15 donation from Gooby. Hi, it's Gooby. I don't have a lot of money left to give, and I haven't gotten a comment read yet, but I figure I'd try one more time. I'd like to give huge props to everyone who worked on this marathon, whether they were volunteers or runners. Thanks again for putting on another great and successful marathon.
Just showing off that was the 100th Skulltula. So now the only item left to get is the gold gauntlets here in Ganon's castle. Then all that's left is to beat the game.
You don't actually have to complete any of the trials. They don't like, give you anything towards the definition.
Yeah, so I'll be doing the trial skip right after I get the gauntlets. Battle trial is the only one you actually need to enter, just since this is where the gauntlets are.
That's the last item, huh?
Yep.
I guess you get a boss key as well.
Alright, now it's just time to climb the tower. So what I'm going to do to get inside the tower is I'm going to do a quick hover right here. And the loading zone actually extends below. The loading zone is actually a little bit below the barrier there, so it's, for some reason, I don't know why it's all the way over there when the real loading zone is like on the other side of the thing, but there's the loading zone and it's really easy to hit with a small hover, so it's very convenient.
We have an anonymous $25 donation. Appreciate what you do and how fast you do it.
Good fight. Alright, here's the final Hess of the game. Sure.
Best was still the Fire Temple Boulder Maze Hess.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Well, the Goron City one's good too. That's also like a boulder maze, in a way.
We have a $30 donation from Eva689. Well done on such an awesome event, guys. Ocarina of Time for the best Zelda title. Anonymous $50 donation. Another year, another great AGDQ.
Alright, so for the Ganondorf fight, first thing I want to do is do a jump slash, restore a power crouch stab damage. I'm going to wait for him to throw a ball, and I'm going to reflect it with the bottle, and look down for lag reduction here. Alright,
Nice.
so using the bottle there, it's just it's supposed to be a little Easter egg that you can reflect those things with the bottle, but it's actually faster because I want to have my power crouch stab stored with the big one sword, so I don't want to reflect it with the sword. Not only that, but if you reflect the bottle, if you reflect his lightning ball with the bottle at close range, he will never reflect it back.
Yeah, sometimes like if you quick spin it close range, he'll reflect it back one time. I guess the bottle doesn't do that. I don't know.
I think like quick spin, it's random whether it's 0 or 1, but with bottle, it's always 0. I think same with regular sword swing too.
That's interesting. I wonder why that is.
I think it's just like the speed of the ball, I guess, and that that's something affects that.
We have a $20 donation from Super MC Gamer. Thank you all for your epic work for PCF and the speedrunning community.
Alright, time for the God Hess. So the next trick here is the Void Warp. If you've seen any percent speedruns, usually a pretty difficult trick in those runs, but here, when we have bombs, it's actually very easy. All we do is clip through this ledge, put a bomb down, and then boom. And you void out at the same time you hit a loading zone, and you get this weird warp where you load a very low room in the castle and fall very far out of bounds. And you can get all the way down to the very last loading zone of the castle, all the way to the end.
Yeah, I'm surprised that setup with the bomb works out so well. Like you grab the ledge, you put the bomb, and then you fall the exact number, like the exact distance you need to fall to trigger a void warp.
Yeah, it's really interesting how it's like it just fits so perfectly. And they got the kiss. All right, so we're about 4 minutes away from the end from here.
Well, he's got the double defense. Yeah, if he gets 4 fairies from that, then 20 hearts times 2, 40, and then all those fairies. Like, how many hearts is that? It's a lot, man. It's like 200 hearts worth of health.
Alright, so for the last trick of the run, I want to do a super slide into the cutscene. And also store my jump slash power crouch stab damage. So by doing a super slide into the cutscene, I'm holding my shield up. And by doing this through the entire cutscene, this is actually going to prevent me from losing the Master Sword on my B button. Normally Ganon is supposed to knock away the Master Sword during the first phase. And the really nice thing about keeping the Master Sword is that all other weapons are reduced to 1 power when used on Ganon, except for the Master Sword and Deku Sticks, because normally neither of them you're supposed to be able to use on Ganon anyway. So by keeping the Master Sword, I can actually use the Master Sword's full power, which is more than any other weapon I could use. And I'll be able to get him down in 3 hits instead of the normal 10.
Dual-wield Master Swords.
Yeah. Alright, time is coming up. And time.
Yeah, that was like amazing play throughout the whole thing. Like crazy consistency with everything. Yeah, one thing, but
Yeah.
amazing though.
That was fun. Thanks.